Welcome to another live stream watch-along reaction. Tonight we're watching and reacting to St. Louis Blues at Winnipeg Jets, NHL Stanley Cup Playoffs 2025, Round 1, Game 7 for all the marbles. Series tied 3-3. The winner goes on to play the Dallas Stars in Round 2, and they fill out the final 8 of this NHL Playoffs season. Hola, Dylan. Welcome to Do or Die Game 7 on the somewhat enemy territory. How we doing, Henry? The first ever Game 7 in Winnipeg tonight. They've never had a Game 7 at Winnipeg. Oh, come on. Disregard that. Game 7, here we go. Yep. They'll come around this year. I'll do some Canadian Premier League games this year and some Forge games this year. Don't worry. Not all the time, but they'll come around. Exactly. And here's the thing. Winnipeg will have home ice against Dallas. If they win tonight, the Blues will have to start Game 1 in Dallas. But, well, the last time they went to the Stanley Cup, they started against Winnipeg and then played Dallas. They played Dallas that playoff. I think it was Round 2, wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah, divisionally, yeah, Central. Yeah, Round 2 was Dallas. So, the only thing different is there's no San Jose because they suck. Yeah, at least one of your teams won. Same with Isaiah. Because Dallas last night, Mikko Rantanen had a hat trick against his former team in Dallas to save the Stars, and they win Game 7. Peter DeBoer undefeated in Game 7s. I watched most of that game once the Kentucky Derby ended. Because, well, I was watching the Kentucky Derby, and then boom. Hold on. So here we go. Cheers. Hold on. There we go. Okay. But yeah, Game 7 about to start. Yeah, that was awesome. Well, I should watch my words because Isaiah probably don't want to hear it. I was watching that as pretty much a neutral. I mean, seeing what Mikko Rantanen did, that was crazy. That was crazy. The ending of that game was crazy. I'll root for them if the Leafs get eliminated and the Jets make the Final Four. The way I see it, if the Blues get eliminated by the Jets, which that's how it would happen, and the Leafs get eliminated, I'll root for the Canadian teams that are left in the Final Four, depending on how quick the Leafs get eliminated. If not, but right now. With that being said, we're getting going. We're ready to go. Game 7. All the marbles. The final Game 1 or the final Round 1 game. Round 2 starts tomorrow with the Leafs and Panthers in Toronto. The Blues' 19th Game 7 of all time tonight. Hellebuck is 3-0 at home. Pretty strong, 2.33 goals against average in Winnipeg. But Jordan Binnington in Game 7s, or clinching games, because let's add the Four Nations face-off, 3-0. I'm guessing the Four Nations face-off probably lowered his goals against average, though, just a little bit. Probably. Including the Oilers. Well, I mean, I rooted for the Oilers last year in the Stanley Cup Final, so why would I change my tune there? Especially if it's Florida. Again. I hate Florida. The Florida Panthers. the state of Florida's, I wouldn't say I love it, but there's things there that I love. So there's things there that I love in the state of Florida. I wouldn't say the state's awesome. I definitely don't love the Panthers. I don't really like the Lightning either. I'm glad that bandwagon didn't come to pass. Holy shit. Not as much as I hate the Panthers, though. Either way. Happy to hear you're home safe. I'm happy your team won. I'm a little bit shocked, but that's cool. I like Ellie. Yeah. If we didn't have Craig Berube, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe the Leafs should go for Peter DeBoer. If we were in Game 7, we don't choke. But I would say, well, why would you say it's close? I mean, why would you say it's close? Why would you say it's close? I mean, the 3 relegated teams look absolutely horrible. I mean, if you go from 17th to 1st, I mean, I guess it is close, but the 3 relegated teams, horrible. I wouldn't say it's close at all, but waiting for the puck to drop in Game 7. They play each other at the Club World Cup? If they play each other, yeah. They play each other, yeah, of course. Unless the Leafs are playing a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Final that day. But I think with the way the schedule's playing out, I think the Stanley Cup playoffs will just be over before the Club World Cup starts. Good. Because I'm not giving up on this. Not very high on them, it seems. Well, here's the thing about the Oilers. I didn't think they beat the Kings. Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl are still there. That's true. They lost Broberg and Holloway, who was a big part of that Stanley Cup Final team. But now that the Oilers beat the Kings, I could see them going back to the Cup. I could see the Blues also beating the Oilers. I could also see the Blues doing that because I think the Oilers are a very flawed team. And if they're playing the Blues, I'm going to be rooting for the Blues because, duh. But second favorite team and all, but when it comes down to it, I think the Oilers are flawed, but they also have McDavid and Draisaitl, so it doesn't matter. They were flawed last year. They were freaking minutes away from a Stanley Cup. If Draisaitl and McDavid are on fire and Zach Hyman has his moments, what can you do? What can you do? And for some reason, Calvin Pickard is a good goalie for them now. Former Leaf, by the way. I know, crazy, right? Yes. Yes, I would. Say the line, Rory. NYCFC play Montreal Yankee Stadium. What would I say to a Montreal fan that sits next to me? I mean, you should be nice to them. In my opinion, I mean, there's no reason for you not to be nice to them. You're not a Toronto fan. And if they're not looking for anything, why would you be an asshole? If they're looking to play around, if they're messing around and trying to find out, then you got to find out. But if they're not, why would you be an asshole anyway? As always, that's kind of what they do. How we doing, Nestor? Biz bets. Yeah, he's 3-6. And he's 3-6. The wad out is back for one more time at least. They hope it's not the last this year. They hope it's not the last time this year. It's really stupid, though. Like, I get that away jerseys are white in hockey, but I don't like that the Blues I don't like that the Jets are wearing blue when their fans are wearing white. That makes no sense. It's the whiteout, and the only people not being part of it is the players. Am I the only one that thinks that's wild? Am I the only one that thinks that makes no sense? I guess the NHL forces teams to wear their aways on the road and homes at home. I guess that's what it is. Which, Bettman, you suck. But then again, that's not the first time anybody's ever said that. It won't be the last either. Bettman sucks. Leon's court date is tomorrow. I think it is. We'll see what happens. Or Tuesday. I think it's tomorrow, but I'm sure their result wouldn't come out tomorrow exactly. But if it does, I'll just make the video about what happens to them on Tuesday because I got the Leafs tomorrow. So, slightly emergency RSR, but not really. Yeah, that works. Leafs matter first. Leafs matter to me first. Maybe not to you, but to me they do. Here we go. Anthems to be played, and then we drop the puck. Do you think Leon will qualify? I don't understand. I don't know how exactly they're going to defend their situation. If they basically go on precedent about Man City and Girona never being kicked out of the Champions League and the Red Bull clubs and all that, they might win. If they basically say, hey, precedent, you never have done this before. This feels like an inside job or a conspiracy that we're out of this tournament. Basically attack FIFA for bullshitting and breaking precedent. That's how you win. If they don't do that and put out the reasons why they would do such a thing, fight their hypocrisy, if that doesn't work, but that's the way it would probably work for Leon to win. If they basically say, yeah, we're owned by Pachuca, multipropiedad, basically you have to fight it as a conspiracy and basically say, hey, your precedent's wrong. Like, you've gone against your precedent by kicking us out. And you have a reason to do it because you're mad at James for calling out Messi and such. Like, you found a reason to kick us out finally, even though Alajuelense was pestering you for 6 months. You had us in the draw while Alajuelense was pestering you, but then one of our players did something that pissed you off and you kicked us. But you would never do this to Man City. You would never do this to the Red Bull clubs. You would never do this to X, Y, and Z. So why change precedent? Like, that's basically how they have to play it. If they don't, they lose. The TFCR, I know. You don't have to remind me. Thank God the Stanley Cup playoffs are going on, and a lot of this month will be Stanley Cup playoff hockey, especially if the Leafs win. Either go to 7 this round, at least that's the first half of the month, or get past the second round, then the whole month. And a lot of June besides World Cup qualifiers. There's a couple of Toronto games, but we'll see what happens. There's a couple more TFC games this month, but point is, I'm happy with how May looks when it comes to this channel. The more busy it is, the better. The more, what's it called? The more Stanley Cup hockey, the better. Sidney Crosby is going to the World Championships for Canada. Lovely. Chose to play the World Championships. There's no North American Champions League in hockey. It's just the NHL. Because technically the other hockey leagues in the U.S. are minor leagues. When it comes to the AHL, that's a minor league. The ECHL, minor league. OHL, major junior, but that's still a minor league. Any of the Canadian hockey leagues. The QMJHL, the WHL, the OHL. Awesome hockey, but it's major junior. That's where you see your draft prospects come up. You know the World Juniors? You know the World Juniors? That's how those players are found. They play junior hockey, and they're picked up and they play with their national teams, and that's basically before their draft year or two before their draft year. So when they talk about big draft prospects, if you watch the World Juniors, you're going to see most of them. Like the World Juniors, the late December, January before the draft, you see those draft prospects. Unless you're Hockey Canada, then they won't call them up. Well, most of the players they didn't call up were already drafted. Sometimes they're so phenomenal that they're already drafted, but they could still be called to their junior national teams. Like Easton Cowan is a Leafs prospect, still playing for the London Knights. Could have got called up. He did get called up to the junior national team and didn't really do much. But so there's also that. But there are also players that are trying to use the juniors to pump their draft stock up as well. I was shocked too. I'd be so happy, but that's impossible because, Toronto's not going deeper in the Can Champ. The only likelihood is Toronto somehow saves their season, has a half-season run, if they call the Pirate, and wins the MLS Cup. But that won't happen. And we've dropped the puck, and we're on our way. Here we go. Winnipeg wearing blue, Blues wearing white. I know that's confusing. 1952, winner take all. Game 7, winner plays the Stars. Eddie Olczyk is calling this game. He was just at the Kentucky Derby. No joke, he was. So I guess he took a quick flight to Winnipeg because it looks like they're actually at the stadium or the arena. Okay. Because Eddie Olczyk was actually on Kentucky Derby coverage yesterday being a handicapper, talking about the bets. I'm like, what does Eddie Olczyk know about horse racing? And he still has an NBC contract? Shot! Behind the net. Save a Hellebuck. Or it's Save a Hellebuck. That'll be a face-off. Either way, it was. Where are we? Well, that makes sense. I prefer wearing the primary jerseys anyway. Here we go. Face-off, Jets win. Hits at the wall. Connor Nemestikov, Velarde. A big thing about this game is that Mark Scheifele is injured. He is not playing. Mark Scheifele is not playing Game 7. Shot from the Blues. Tips on shot. Goal! 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 St. Louis, Jordan Kyrou. Hellebuck pulls out of the net. Kyrou taps it in. Blues have a 1-0 lead. A minute and 10 seconds into the game. A horrible misplay by the Jets leads to a Kyrou tap-in. Hellebuck out of his crease. And that's basically an open net. All Kyrou had to do was tap it, and he did. Blues with a 1-0 lead. Hellebuck's playoff demons. Oh, no. World League would have been better. I agree. No, they won't. No, they won't. First shot on goal is a goal for the Blues. Jordan Kyrou. CONCACAF. Especially since we already have an MLS Cup. But at this point, we have to win MLS Cup to win CONCACAF, at least this year. Which, call the Pirate or it won't happen, but you know. Parayko threw it on. Kyrou with a tap. Blues had the lead. Well. Goal for the Blues. Kyrou. Answer my question. I said I'd rather win the CONCACAF Champions Cup. Buchnevich and Parayko with the assists on the Kyrou goal. I didn't see another question from you, so 1809. Jordan Kyrou. That was 1-10 through the period. 1-0. Blues out of the lead. 17:36. Is it on TNT as well? It's just HBO Max. Okay, so it's just behind. Okay. Playing forward. Why is TBS like this? Throws it on. Home teams won every game, but the Jets might finally blink. Jimmy brings it down. 17-16. Falk throws it on. Blues lose it at the point. Iafalo. DeMello. 17 throws it on. Good stick check. Tanev throws it in. Brandon Tanev, that B. Throws it on. Jimmy breaks out. Throws it on. Down center. Blues are going still. Toropchenko threw it around. Still with the Blues. Their backs are against the wall. And they've been playing like it. I'd still root for Toronto, but they'd probably get relegated instantly. 16:25 to go. So, I didn't hear it. How many goals are scored this sport? I'd say 3 or 4 a game. Shot saved by Hellebuck. I'd say about normally 3 or 4 goals a game in hockey. Playoffs get a little bit tighter, but 2 or 3 or 4 goals a game. If you got like 2 to 4 goals a game, that's about normal. Jordan Binnington, career of the playoffs, 23-23, 2.7 goals against, 908 save percentage. 2.54 goals against, 8.897 save percentage this series. Game 7s. How about you show what he does in Game 7s? How about you do that? He's had really good at Game 7s. How you could add the freaking 4 nations if you wanted to. Championship game, which is really a Game 7 as well. Jordan Binnington hasn't really been tested yet. This might be the first shot to test him. Good block by the Blues. They could clear. How's offside in hockey? If the puck crosses the blue line before the offensive players, it's offside. The player has to be across the blue line before they touch the puck in the offensive zone. As long as the puck, but if they lose the handle, there have been some plays that are close on the power play. As long as the team has gained the zone on the power play, you see them get close to the blue line and they drop it, they pick it up and keep it in. As long as the team has gained the zone, they keep it inside the offensive zone, it's onside. But to gain the zone, the players have to be in the zone before the puck is touched in the offensive zone. I think it's about touching the puck, yeah. So the puck can get in, but the team has to gain the zone, which is why you see teams, when they lose the possession and their team's pulling out of the zone, they try to skate through center so the team could skate back in. 1-0. So when you see them hang back in the blue paint or in the blue line behind their defensive blue line or center, it's because they're trying not to go offside, especially on when they lose the possession of the blue line, the defensive blue line, or the other team's defensive blue line. So, and that's why line changes happen the way they do as well, and they kind of hang back in the defensive zone and such. So basically, sometimes when you think, and you're new to hockey, and you think he should be going for that puck, you can't. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you have to hang back. So sometimes, like soccer, it's a lot harder, honestly. I'd say, I will say, if you're new to hockey, I will say this. If you're new to football and hockey at the same time, I think you'll pick up football offside a lot easier than hockey. Now, the thing for me is I watched hockey Or I understood hockey's offside way earlier before I understood football's offside. But I think, well, you kind of have to have it explained to you either way. I really had nobody to explain it to me. I played FIFA. Like, how's that? They don't really talk about lines until now anyway. I think nowadays, when it comes to football, with VAR and the lines, you could really figure out offside a lot easier in football. Goal! Blues! 2-0! The Blues score! Matthew Joseph with a slap shot, 2-0. St. Louis, Matthew Joseph. Because Toronto sucks. Now, if they call the Pirate by July, I won't accept defeat because the Pirate doesn't accept defeat. But with the way it is now, we're losing. Matthew Joseph, gains center, takes the shot, beats Hellebuck short side. Matthew Joseph, all alone, 2-0 Blues. Unassisted, his first goal of the playoffs. Trying to say it French, I can't do it. Goal. Still unassisted. It is unassisted. 7:16 through the period. The Blues have a 2-0 lead. Told you when their backs are against the wall, they play their best hockey. The Blues are up 2-0. 2-0 Blues. 12:18 to go in the first period. Matthew Joseph. The Blues haven't even been tested on the other end yet. They throw it on. Shot! It's 86 miles per hour, but it goes nowhere but to the side of the net. Jets could break out. But yeah, where I was going with it, I honestly think now that there's lines, and even if Arsene Wenger's offside rule comes into play, football offside, if you start watching hockey and football at the same time, you'll get football offside a lot quicker. And also watching football kind of makes it confusing. Ironically enough, because hockey offside doesn't seem offside to me, Like I have to change my the way I look at things, Like when they say offside in hockey, when I realize I'm watching hockey, I'm like, oh, I see why that's offside. But like when it comes to hockey and I'm just starting to, like, I'm back in that mode, I'm like, how is that offside? Oh, it's different. Because it's not about where the defenders are. It's about where the puck is. It's actually where the offensive players are, not where the defenders are. It has nothing to do where the defenders are in hockey. Throws forward the Blues. They're up 2-0. And this might be 3. Shot! Hellebuck blocks it. Blues are on the way. I don't think that matters. I think the Blues are just happy. Chelsea is going to finish top 5. That's my thoughts. If they beat Liverpool, that was a game nobody thought they'd have. They got 3 points out of it. I know Liverpool just won the title, and they're probably already on Ibiza. Their heads are already in Ibiza for the amount of time they can be there for the Club World Cup. I'll tell you this. Oh, wait, no, they're not going to the Club World Cup. My bad. Oh, I forgot about that. That's why they can go to Ibiza. Yeah, because their heads are not at the Club World Cup. My bad. So they could go to Ibiza for the whole summer. By the way, either way, I did not expect Chelsea to win that game anyway. Chelsea's getting hot at the right time to win the Conference League and finish top 5. That's all I need. Arsenal sucks right now, though. But either way, you meant Liverpool. But with that being said, Chelsea's getting hot at the right time. They might just win the Conference League, and they're going to finish top 5. Why do they always pull together so quickly at the end? Well, at least the past 2 years. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's good. It's okay. It's okay. It's good. It's just crazy this happened twice. At least they're pulling together. 9:20, 2-0. Blues. 2-0 Blues. I got the offside rule now. There we go. Yeah. In hockey, yes. It's about where the puck is and the offensive players are. It's not about anything about the defenders. Like, They should be in their own defensive zone, but like there could be no defenders back at just a goalie. It's about where the offensive players are. That's kind of the weird thing about hockey is it's about where the puck is and where the offensive players are. It's not about anything about the defenseman or an offensive player skating back on the other team. It's not about that, which is what makes it weird. Like you can have no defenders in the defensive zone. Like they're all somehow still in the offensive zone of your team and you're on a rush. You have to gain the zone before that's an icing. And then you have icings. It's just, yeah. Did Chelsea play like champions today? I say yes. Mikko Rantanen, that's what happened. Mikko Rantanen. You shouldn't have traded him, eh? Hey, Colorado, you shouldn't have traded Mikko Rantanen. And the Leafs actually would have paid him some good money, though, you know? Shit. The Leafs could have had him, it sounds like. Which I bet you wish that did happen now, Colorado. I bet you wish that happened now that the Leafs had him. Because if they did, that wouldn't have happened, or at least not till round 4. And I wish the Leafs did get him because they actually would have, I would probably be a lot happier. I like Scott Laughton, don't get me wrong. Scott Laughton's awesome, but he ain't no Mikko Rantanen. Now, if we had both, that'd be great. But then what would happen with Brandon Carlo, which we need him. So I think it all worked out. It all worked out fine going into round 2, but I may change my thoughts on that. May the 4th be with you, yes. Saved by Bennington. That'd be funny. This could be hell for them, and it's actually possible. Offense has to... Puck can't cross the blue line before the offensive skate does. The puck can't cross the blue line before an offensive skate does. Either it can't be touched before an offensive skate crosses the blue line. So they skate in, then they can stick handle as long as the puck can't be touched across the blue line if the skate hasn't crossed the blue line of an offensive player. Really hurts rush chances, so to speak. Hello from BC, cheering for the Blues. Go Blues. That's a bit... Let's go Blues, but that's a bit surprising. Kind of want to ask how. From St. Louis to BC, or just you're a fan of the Blues that happens to be in BC? I kind of want to ask. But Blues are up 2-0 with this stoppage of play. Because they've already won the title. Does it matter? I mean, when it comes to the Prem, they've already mathematically won the title. Most of those players' heads are already on Ibiza right now, so. Besides, it also gives players a chance to get to the 5 Premier League game line, like Federico Chiesa, to get a medal. It's not like they're going to be caught. Neutral zone face-off. Falk takes it. Blues win it. Somebody lost their stick. Oh, my God, that exploded. Jimmy gets the puck. Clears on the stick chance. Somebody's stick exploded. Speaking of, what the heck's a power play? When a team takes a penalty, Risklander, they go down a man. It's called a sin bin. It's like rugby in the sin bin. Power play, a team takes a penalty like a trip, a high stick, a slash. The offending player goes to the box. The team who gets a penalty committed on them goes up a man and plays hockey 5-on-4 or 5-on-3, depending if there's another penalty, or 6-on-5 if you pull the goalie, or 6-on-4 if you pull the goalie. You have an extra man, an extra skater compared to the other team if they commit a penalty on you. So if you get slashed by the opposing team, you have an extra player for 2 minutes. That's pretty self-explanatory. But as the guy who has the same amount of hockey knowledge as plays forward, just the same amount of football knowledge and hockey knowledge, I guess, yeah, that's my job. So slash, hooking, roughing. A fight means a 5-minute major. It means you're on a power play for 5 minutes. Well, no, because the other player's fighting, unless somehow he just gets his ass knocked out and he never really throws a punch, then I guess it is. I guess you could say that. Very rarely. It's more either they just serve a 5-minute power play, 5-minute penalty, and you don't get a power play unless somebody just gets their ass straight knocked out and they never even drop their gloves and it's more of a sucker punch. Then yeah, 5 minutes power play, but that probably barely happens. Normally a 5-minute power play is boarding to where somebody gets a concussion, but you lose that player, and then that's probably more 5 in a game than anything else. But ask the Vegas Golden Knights. If you want to know about a 5-minute power play, ask the Vegas Golden Knights. They'll tell you. And by the way, speaking of a 5-minute major, that power play doesn't end if a goal's scored. Again, ask the Vegas Golden Knights. They'll tell you. Ask the Vegas Golden Knights. They'll tell you. It's not fun. Yeah, the Blues, they play better with their backs against the wall. The Jets are playing like the Blues are going to choke, but the Blues want it more. The Blues' backs are against the wall. They want it more. And the Jets, their demons are coming back. But this time in Winnipeg. I'm a little bit shocked they're playing so lousily. I'm actually shocked. Like, I knew the Blues would play well. I didn't expect the Jets to play this bad. Like, they have to wake up. And the bad thing is I don't really see Arneal as a tough coach. That's the problem. I don't see Arneal as a tough coach that could really get the boys up to play better. If you're a Winnipeg fan, I'd be absolutely scared. Like, I mean, they've been in situations like this in St. Louis. And he's never got them up to play better. So I don't think he's that good of a motivational, tough coach like a Berube or a John Tortorella or a Paul Maurice. He's more of a Sheldon Keefe. Be like, have fun, guys. It's a game 7. That was the stupidest stuff I ever heard. That's the stupidest stuff I ever heard. We already read that. When you have a man advantage. Because he has the yips, or he had the yips. I'm surprised he didn't miss the penalty. I'm not surprised, Daniel. I'm not surprised. I'm waiting till it comes out on streaming. No, it's easier to win in Europe. Premier League teams are so good, it doesn't matter. If they're playing somebody else in Europe, they'll still win. Stick check, 3:38 to go, 2-0 Blues. Josh Morrissey isn't playing. Scheifele isn't either. Shot blocked away. DeMello has it at the point, throws it behind. And that'll be cleared by the Blues. Good play. Here they go. Kyrou, 1-on-1. Stick handle, and it gets blocked by the body of a Jet. Stops that from being a third goal. That might be a critical stop. That might be a critical stop for the Winnipeg Jets if they get back into this game. Is Europa League and Conference League final on the same day? No, it's 2 Wednesdays. I think Europa League is like Wednesday the 18th or something. Like 2 Wednesdays from now. Wednesday the 21st. My bad. Wednesday the 21st. And the Conference League finals the 28th. So Chelsea's season in the Prem will be finished by the time they play the Conference League final. Man United will still have a game to play in the Prem when they play the Europa League. And Tottenham will have a game to play. Chelsea's season will be over. The last game of their season will be the Conference League final. The way things are going. 2:21. Oh, it's gotten actually pretty equal. Must be a stoppage of play. Drops it in. And that is in, I think that was, we're going to see if it was offside or an icing by the face-off, but there's a TV timeout, 2-0 with 2 minutes to go, just over 2 minutes to go. You're doing both? Well, yeah. More like TFC plays the same night as the Conference League final, and I'll be live for that. I think it's conference. Either way, one of them. They play a Wednesday night with that, so I'll be live for both of those. But I should be live for both UEFA finals because they play early, so no worries. I'll do both just like I normally do. And then the UEFA Champions League final the Saturday of. But 2-0 Blues. I cannot believe the Jets are playing so badly. Like, I'm honestly shocked. I expected better out of the Jets. I really did. I really do. They're starting to hit. That might be critical. Just like the hit on that rush by Girault. If he didn't get that hit on, he probably would have scored. And that would probably have been game over. Like, that hit, that collision, Girault running into defender, not being able to shoot the puck on that one-on-one, I think that was critical. If the Jets want to come back into this game, it's good they had that. Now, of course, they're still down 2-0, but that would have been 3. Like, if that hit, that was a body check, and the puck went the other way. That body check might have saved the Jets season for now. Now, of course, that's just one moment in the sea of 100 moments this game will have. But how we doing, William? Saludos. Neutral zone faceoff. It was offside. That's why I thought, because it was too close to be icing. But God only knows with these referees. 7 shots to 3, 2:14 to go in the second or the first period. Close to intermission. Leafs. Blues have a 2-0 lead. If anybody makes me think of the Leafs here, it's the Jets. And that's going to be offside on the Jets. Neutral zone face-off. 2:05 to go. Scott Arniel this year had 56 wins in his first season with the Jets. Jim Montgomery had 65 2 seasons ago with the Bruins when they won the President's Trophy and then proceeded to blow the first round. 2:05. So, same thing might happen to Arniel against Jim Montgomery nonetheless. That'd be crazy. 2:04 at center ice. They take a shot. Throws it in. Blues. Puck battle at the wall. Blues have it. They can clear it. They throw it behind the net. They can rush out. Parayko throws it down to center. Toropchenko. Another puck battle at center. Parayko throws it forward. Another rush. Dumps it in. No, he doesn't. 1:40 to go. Onside. Behind the net, Blues. Forechecking. It's going to go in. A hit. Thrown on. Blues could clear. They get a little bit of it. They got enough of it to clear. 1-on-1. Saved by Hellebuck. It goes behind the net. Tapped away by Pionk. Another timely moment to maybe save the Jets. Throws it on center. Oh, a hit. 1 minute to go. I hope it works. Maybe it helps MLS start using it. Maybe it proves me right or wrong that ProRel could work in this country, in these countries. I hope it does. I hope it does. I'm not saying, because the way Toronto's playing, honestly, is making me think maybe ProRel would be nice in this country. Maybe it would. We're that bad. I think Toronto FC is, honestly, right now is the, what's the word? The poster child for why relegation should happen in this country. For these countries. We're that bad. Seconds to go in the first period. So I hope it works. Nathan Walker's bleeding. They'll have to check and see. No power play. It's bleeding for other reasons. So, by the way, when it comes to high sticking, speaking of power plays, we're teaching Risklander here if he's still here. When it comes to power plays, if they draw blood when they high stick you, that's 2 minor penalties. A double minor, 2 minutes, which means 4 minutes in the box. If you're bleeding for other reasons, there's no penalty. But if there's a high stick, if you get called for a high stick and you draw blood on the opponent that got high sticked, you're in the box for 4 minutes. 2 minor penalties. 4 minutes. A double minor. So it's not a major, not a 5-minute major. It's 4 minutes. Okay, well, now you know what a double minor penalty is. Normally, that's just a high stick where you draw blood. That's really all that's used for. Because the blood's extra 2 minutes. Even if it's like a little lip bust. Even if it's just like a little lip bust. As long as they show blood. As long as they show blood to the ref, you're in the box for 4 minutes. That's really the only time that happens. Like, that's most of the time if there's a double minor. 90% of the time, 95% of the time, it's high stick with blood. The Stars move on to the next round. Yep. Center ice face-off. Well, Liga MX has had it before, so I'm sure they'll bring it back again. I rarely see doubles, like, other than high stick with blood. I think at this point it's really just that. It's not bad enough for a 5-minute major, but it's not easy enough for a 2. If it's just a regular high stick without blood, 2 minutes. You see blood, 4. But if they draw blood any other way, no penalty. Especially in the playoffs. Because the playoffs, murder is legal. Unless it's an obvious call, and the longer we go into the playoffs, the less likely they call the infraction unless it's obvious. It's weird. 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. The end of the first period, the Blues have a 2-0 lead in Game 7 against the Winnipeg Jets. 2-0. I can't believe the Jets have played this bad. End of the first, 2-0 Blues. Man, the Jets are playing horribly. I mean, dear God. Dear God, I can't believe they're playing this bad. I can't believe it. Let's go, Blues. And they're doing really well right now. I didn't expect how good they were playing or how good they've been playing compared to the Jets. I know the Blues play well with their backs against the wall. I thought the Jets would have more heart, especially the first 10 minutes. They're starting to hit. They've had some moments where they saved themselves from going down 3, but they still got to score 2 goals now in 2 periods. So, we're going to see. Blues look like they'll be going to round 2 if this holds. Three shots for the Jets. First period of Game 7. 3 shots. Like, no, they won the President's Trophy. No, that makes no sense. Perfect first period for the Blues. Honestly, probably the worst the Jets could have had. Sit tight, be back for the intermission. We'll talk about the first period more in depth. Talk about what I think we'll see for the next 2, and we move. Sit tight, be back. 2-0 Blues. We are back for the intermission. Blues up 2-0 after 20. And frankly, they've been the better team. They've taken the initiative and thrown it at the Winnipeg Jets. They've won more faceoffs. They had more shots on goal. They've had less hits. But this is about as perfect of a period you could have if you were the Blues. This is about the worst of a period you could have if you were the Jets. You're the team at home. You've dominated the Blues the 3 games before at Winnipeg, at your own house. This looks more like a game at Scottrade, at least this series. This looks more like the games at Scottrade for the Jets. They're in their own heads. They have to be. They have to be in their own heads because the demons are popping in for them. It's that simple. I think Game 7, losing Scheifele, losing Morrissey, they can't exactly, they've lost 2 of their best players. 2 of their best players, I wouldn't say. All of them, but you have to look at it and say, hey, it is what it is. No Scheifele at all. That's a bad loss. Let's look at the time on ice for Morrissey. None. So, nope. No Morrissey either. Right. No Morrissey either. I was looking at it. I thought maybe I knew Scheifele was totally out, I thought. But again, when you look at it with the Blues, their backs are against the wall. They play better with their backs against the wall. That's what this team has been. In 2019, when they won the Cup, they played their best with their backs against the wall. This is very similar. This season's been very similar to that, where they've played better with their backs against the wall, where you play for your life every day. The Blues play for their best. And when they're in Winnipeg, ironically enough, when the Blues have been in Winnipeg besides this game, they could kind of feel like, okay, all right, our backs are not exactly against the wall right now. House money. Well, yeah, house money. Let's steal one. Let's see what happens. They don't until now. Right now, it looks like they are going to steal one, but the one that matters the most. So, in the end, there you go. But their backs were against the wall for this one. The Scottrade games, their backs were against the wall. They had to win those, and they won all 3 deservingly, decisively, all that. The Winnipeg or the Utah game to get to the playoffs, they let up a little bit after their winning streak. They had to beat Utah in regulation. They did that very strongly to make the playoffs. Their backs were against the wall. Game 82 had to do it to make the playoffs. They did. The winning streak. They didn't win. Their season was over, it felt like. And their backs were against the wall, and they won. And they won, and they won, and they won. So, again, when the Blues' backs are against the wall, they win. They were tonight. It's do or die. And they did. And the Jets, I'm not going to say they've died, but the Jets have not tried. There you go. How about them Blues? Amazing. Amazing first period on the road. They have played as good as I've expected. I don't know if I expected this good of a period, but maybe that's just because how bad the Jets have looked or how lackadaisical they've looked. But I didn't expect a perfect away period, but I expected a tough one. That wasn't tough per se. It was amazing. I'm not saying the Blues weren't tough, but the Jets let them have it. Like, the Blues played very well, but the Jets let them have it, especially the first 10 minutes. It's good to have a 2-0 lead. I'm not saying it isn't. It's amazing to have that. What I will say is the Jets let them have it. Hellebuck comes way out of the crease. Kairou's right there, taps it in. Parayko with a good cross pass that Hellebuck was diving at. Smart play. And then, of course, Matthew Joseph with the shot near post all alone. He's like, I'm going to take it anyway. Nobody expected that at all. I mean, you have to really earn that one. I'll say that much. That just beat Hellebuck near post from somebody you wouldn't have expected. But the Jets, lackadaisical for the first 10 minutes. The second 10, they started hitting. They made a good stop on Kyrou later on in the period that could have made it 3-0 on that one-on-one break. The body check made sure it wasn't 3. There was another really good stick check by Pionk that made sure it didn't go to 3-0. The Jets are having moments that are saving their season, at least. If they do come back, you'll look back at those moments and say, that's what saved their season. That's how they stopped the bleeding, and then they came back. They're not out of it yet, but they definitely started slow. They missed the bell. They missed the bell. The teacher let them walk into class 10 minutes late, but they certainly missed the bell. Nice. I mean, right now, well, Winnipeg's won. If Winnipeg gets eliminated, they've won the President's Trophy. I honestly think on paper the Avalanche is actually a better team. I'm not surprised Winnipeg is pulling this. They had a good start to the season. They had a good regular season, but I thought the Blues could beat them. I'm not surprised we are where we are. Like, maybe that was a little bit biased, but I'm not surprised we are where we are. I've seen the Blues do this before. 2019 as well. So, a little bit different, but still, there you go. I've seen the Blues do this before. I thought the Blues were a real team, and they were really becoming a contender as the season was ending when they made the run they did. I didn't think that was a fluke. And as we are right here, right now, it wasn't a fluke. I think Colorado, Dallas is solid. I'm not saying they aren't. The whole Central, even the Wild, have been solid when they made the playoffs. But the Avalanche, I would agree, right now are the best team to get eliminated. The Lightning are old, but nobody thought the Panthers were sandbagging it just to get to the playoffs, then come back and just throw bodies and be bullies. People thought the Panthers were actually stumbling down the stretch. Turns out they were just sandbagging it. With that being the case, no, the Lightning aren't. The Jets, I honestly think on paper the Avalanche are a better team than the Jets. I know that's not how the season played out, but there you go. Kings, honestly, the Los Angeles Kings, that's a situation where they shot themselves in the foot, but I do believe the Kings are up there as well with the best team to get eliminated. The Devils were hurt to hell and back, so no problem. The Sens, no. Good young team, not the best. Winnipeg, if they get eliminated, I still think the Avs are better. And honestly, the Kings, the Wild, they had their fight, but the Knights were better. So Avalanche or Kings, I would say one of those two teams are the best teams to get eliminated in the first round. I don't think the Jets on paper are better than the Avalanche. Honestly, the Kings, I expected better out of them. And then they blew it. They shot themselves in the foot. There you go. Yep, because the President's Trophy is a curse. It is a curse. Wasn't that the year that San Jose made the Stanley Cup final? Wasn't that the year that San Jose had the 5-minute major that they scored 3 goals on? That was 2018. I know the Blues. No. That was 17-18, right? I know the Blues played the Sharks that year, but that might have been deeper. I feel like Nashville had something to do with that year, but either way, it was before that. Yeah, I thought so. I was like, yeah, hold on. I was like, hold on. Because the Sharks used to be really good. Now they're not. And they played the Blues a lot. They played the Blues a lot, so that was my bad. I've seen so many playoff failures for both my teams that I honestly get them confused anyway. Well, you kind of have to. But, yeah, they can. I mean, now they beat the Kings. I think they could beat the Golden Knights if McDavid and Draisaitl and Zach Hyman show up and absolutely outrun the Knights. Yeah. And honestly, I think the Blues could beat the Oilers. I could see the Oilers beating the Stars, though, weirdly enough. I think the Oilers have a better chance against the Stars. If they beat Vegas, I think the Oilers have a better chance against the Stars than the Blues. I think the Blues are better built to, also with Holloway and Broberg playing for them and knowing the book on them, which isn't hard. I mean, just shut down Draisaitl and McDavid. It's easier said than done. But I think the Blues are better built to attack the Oilers' cracks. You know, I don't think the Stars are. I think the Stars are going to play them on a level playing field. That was their biggest mistake. The Blues are going to attack the parts of the Oilers that they can attack, like the Death Star. The Blues know where to shoot into the Death Star to blow up the Death Star. The Stars don't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Honestly, the Knights probably don't either. I mean, honestly, yes. If the Leafs beat the Panthers, they're going to the Stanley Cup final. Honestly, I'm going to say this. Leafs-Panthers is the real Eastern Conference final. It is. It is. I am going to say that right now. Whoever wins the Leafs-Panthers series is going to go to the Stanley Cup final. I don't think the Caps or the Hurricanes beat either of them. If the Leafs win, they're going to the Stanley Cup final. I don't see the Leafs losing the Eastern Conference final. And I certainly don't see the Panthers doing it. So we're going to find out. Second period about to start. I mean, by points, the Jets are better than the Capitals because they won the President's Trophy. The Blues, I don't think we're going to find out because, as I said, I don't think the Capitals are beating the Panthers, and we got to see what the Blues do throughout the playoffs. I think they can. And we've dropped the puck the second period. I think the Blues can make the Stanley Cup. As I've said, they could, especially if they play the Oilers in the Eastern or the Western Conference final. I don't think they'll be playing the Capitals, though. I don't think we could find out. Now, would I like the Blues' chances? Honestly, yes. But I would like their chances against the Capitals, honestly. But, again, Matthew Joseph won the Cup with the Lightning in 2021. I mean, it was against the Habs. Sorry, Rory. I can't be talking. They beat the Leafs. Throws it on. I can't be talking. They beat the Leafs. 2000. See, that's my problem. I was just a couple of months old when that happened. So I was not a hockey fan at that point. I was just a baby. So that's why I didn't see. I was like, hold on. Why? Yeah, no, it's not my fault. I didn't remember it. I was a baby. I don't remember it happening. I was a baby. I was a couple of months old. Just like when the Leafs last made the Eastern Conference final, I was a toddler who wasn't a hockey fan yet. So I didn't see them do it. I know they did it, but I didn't see them do it. So I was like, is it bad that I misremember that? Then I'm like, I was just a couple of months old. That's why I don't remember. Okay, there we go. So I don't feel so bad about that. There we go. I don't feel so bad about that. Good. I don't feel so bad about that. I didn't see it happen. I was alive, but I didn't see it happen. It's just like the Leafs in the Stanley or the Eastern Conference final. I didn't see it happen. I was alive, but I didn't see it happen. My fan span wasn't that long. Okay. Defensive zone face-off. What's your comment, Blitzo? It depends. If they're all like hockey players, if it's 100 hockey player goons, they'll beat the gorilla. If it's like 20 fat men, 20 skinny men, 20 athletic men, like all different types of men, the gorilla could just pick off each sect of men and then win. If they're all the same type, well, okay, no, 100. I don't know about 100 fat guys. If they're all athletes, like they're all hockey goons, yeah, I think they could win. But if you have like 20 men of like 20 fat men, 20 skinny men, 20 nerds, 20 athletes, it's not going to work. The gorilla could pick off each sect of men and win. Divide and conquer, right? So it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation. And Binnington picks up his stick. Okay, he's okay. He's okay. He's okay. Oh, my Lord. Let's see what Blitzo else said. And we'll leave it at that. All right. Hit that like button. Well, thank you. I hope that's positive. I hope you meant that positively. I guess you're asking like I shouldn't remember because I was like that young. I hope that's what you meant by that. Or I shouldn't feel bad because I was that young when it happened, when they won the President's Trophy. I hope that's what you meant by that. With that being said, at the blue line, Jets trying to gain the zone. They have it at the point. Throws it on. Tap. Lost the puck. From the high slot. Save. Sprawls out. Blues could clear. They do. But it's back with the Jets' defensive zone. They will change lines and they throw it on. Gains the zone. Still has it. High slot. Throws it on. Good save by Binnington. Oh, how good is he? Jeez, man. He's so good. 16:49. Game 7, Binnington, baby. Lovely. Right there. Binnington owns Hellebuck. Binnington is Hellebuck's father. Hellebuck's older. Who cares? It's a meme. Binnington is Hellebuck's father. Especially in game 7s. Or trophy-winning games. Either way. I mean, the Four Nations final was basically a game 7. Who are we kidding? Binnington is Hellebuck's father. It's called a copyright strike. Yeah, I can't show it. I have to either way. Justin Falk throws it on. Broberg, the former Oiler. Good. Just had to check. 24 hits for the Jets to the Blues 18. But the Blues are up 2-0. So, yeah, you might as well be out hitting somebody when you're down 2-0. That's all you can do. Throws it on halfway. Oh. Damn it. He didn't have his eyes on the puck, and that's what stops it. Offside anyway. Put your eyes on the puck. Blows the rush chance. Maybe you should tape. Let's see his tape job. Give me a shot of his stick. Let's see the tape job. Heel to toe. You'll toe drag, okay? Pick it, okay? Heel to toe, full sock. Come on, kid. Let's go. Heel to toe, full sock. You need the toe drag. Blues win the draw. Or toe to heel, I should say. Toe to heel, full sock. My bad. Toe to heel, full sock. My bad. Go from toe to heel, full sock. That's the way to do it. My bad. Yeah. How did I mess that up? Here's how you do it. I don't have a stick. I don't have tape. Toe to heel, full sock on the blade, on the handle, about 2 hands. I go 2 hands at the base of the handle, of course, from the end cap. So you give the end cap some room so you can make a knob. So you go about like 1/2 inch down on the handle. You go 2 hands, you mark that, tape it, cover the end cap, make a handle, a little knob, about like 12 to 16 goes around to make the knob. Boom. Simple. If I buy a stick, I'll do it on camera. Show you what I do. I'll show you mine. Of course, on the handle, you do regular white tape. Then you cover it with grip tape on the handle part of it. Then you do the knob with regular. You could buy a knob. I don't care. It's better. It feels better to tape it than buy one of those like silicone knobs that they have on TikTok or whatever that I've seen. Either way, 2-0. Of course, if you go with the 2 hands, you might have bigger hands. I don't. Well, okay, maybe not. Maybe not so bad. Shot blocked by Bennington. Depends if you have bigger hands or not, but I guess that probably gives you more room if you. I guess. I don't know. Shot, save. Now, I will say I've played floor hockey with a floor hockey stick that wasn't taped to my liking. I mean, I wasn't bad. I will say, like, it was just plastic, no tape on the handle or the blade. It wasn't so fun. Like, I wasn't bad. It was a puck on floor hockey. It wasn't a ball. We used orange puck, but it was different. And there was really no bend to the blade either. Like, I like a little bend to the blade. You know, if it was my own, like, I like a little bend to the blade. Little extra bend. You know, especially if I'm playing on the wing or playing forward. Now, I guess the good news with that is when I played floor hockey, I was thrown everywhere. Defense and offense. Mostly played left wing, left shot. They throw me on defense a couple of times. Goes wide. They threw me on defense a couple of times. That you really don't want to bend there. I'll tell you that much is why I guess it was a good thing it was a plastic stick without any bend and no tape. Because I guess that's why it was good. Save. Because defensively, you don't want that, especially on a stick check. Like when you're trying to stick check somebody, try to get the puck away from them on defense, you know. You don't want no bend because you want to get the puck on the stick check. You kind of have to recalculate where you go with it, which, you know, kind of have to recalculate. But either way, O'Reilly's blade is so weird. Yeah, I have to agree. I have to agree on that. So I guess in that case, it was fine. I prefer playing left wing or center. They also threw me in goal a couple of times. And like the funny thing about that was like that goalie stick was like wood handle, plastic blade. It was like, oh Lord. Like that must have been a really old goalie stick because that was Lord. Big plastic paddle. Wooden stick. No. I don't care about the NBA. The Raptors are out. I could care less. I know Fred VanVleet's playing for the Rockets. I could care less. Hell, the one thing I sort of cared about was Orlando. Not because I like Orlando, but reasons. 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 I had to bandwagon Orlando. At least they got knocked out the first round, so I don't have to continue with that, thankfully. I really don't want to watch basketball if it's not the Raptors. So, at least NBA. So, I was kind of glad they lost. We keep that a little secret here. $11:56. 2-0, 11 shots to 9. Only 11 shots and 9 shots, dude. I'm a little bit shocked. The Blues are doing a good job closing this one out. The Jets, it's been a little bit more even this period. The Blues have had their moments. The Jets have had their moments. But the Blues are holding firm. Almost halfway through the game. We're a minute and 20 seconds away from being halfway through this game. Good steal. The Blues have it at the point. Throws it on. High slot. Still with the Blues. Jimmy throws it. Oh, Lord, man. You can't. Okay, that was the first mistake I think I've seen him make. That's like the first mistake I think I've seen Jimmy make. He just came out of college. I get it. Throws on wide. Nemestikov doesn't get the shot on. Or gets saved, but it doesn't get in there. Manny, so I still got to say, though, I mean, Jimmy just came from college. Of course, he's going to make a mistake like that, even though he looks like a natural. I think I have a new favorite Blue. I think I have a new favorite Blue. I think I do. I mean, because the last one's been gone for a couple of years. Well, besides Bennington, of course, but okay, yeah. I'm still a fan of Bennington, but like skater wise, I mean, my last favorite Blues skater's been gone for like what, 3 years? 3 years. I mean, Braden Shen's cool, but I don't think I'd say I have a favorite skater until like now. Jimmy Stan. Well, I think, yeah. If they put out, well, they do still have a 1990s Gretzky era throwback Blues sweater. Say I won't. Say I won't. Say I won't. By the way, I love the Gretzky era Blues sweater. I do. That may be a what's the word? That might be a hot take. That might be a unpopular opinion. I wish the Blues still wore that as their normal sweaters. The Gretzky era sweaters, I wish. Even if they took the St. Louis out of the note. They like put this note on the 90s jerseys. Please. Hell, actually, you know what? Yeah. Put this note on the 90s jerseys and add like a red outline to it. I think I would like that too. I mean, the current Blues jerseys aren't as bad as the Reebok Edge jerseys, and I'm not saying the Blues sweaters are bad, but the 90s sweaters were better. And honestly, even this note on the Gretzky-era sweaters would still be better. I said it. I said it. I said it. I also love that reverse retro they did. What? Was that the first reverse retro set? That was like red with the 90s logos. I think that was the first reverse retro set. But either way, I love that too. But yeah, no, the Gretzky era Blues jerseys are honestly the best Blues jerseys. So I'm glad at least to have them as a throwback. Okay, but all right. Also, okay, hold on. Winter Classic jerseys the Blues have had, at least the baby blue Saturday home ones they had after the Winter Classic that they still use. Okay, those are pretty cool as well. Okay, those are pretty cool as well. I don't know if I like the Winter Classic sweaters from the Chicago one, though. It's a little bit... I'm glad they didn't keep it like they did the 20... like the baby blue St. Louis Winter Classics jerseys. I don't think I liked those really. But yeah, I prefer their alternates more than their normal home and away sweaters. If we're being honest. I'm not saying the Blues home and away sweaters are bad, but their alternate baby blue better than their normal home jersey. The Gretzky 90s sweaters better than what they have now. I said it. But the Blues won the Stanley Cup in these, so they ain't changing them. So, do that what you will. Penalty coming up. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind. For some reason, TBS is behind. I don't know why. Throws it behind. 9:01 to go. Blues are going to the penalty kill. Jets have a delayed penalty. They tap the stick. It hits the stick, but they will not stop the play. I guess they didn't get possession. It was more of just it hit in the air. Perfetti drops behind to the blue line. And they still have a delayed penalty, the Jets. The Blues haven't touched the puck yet. And gained possession, Falk. And that'll stop the play. Blues go to the penalty kill. Power play for the Jets. Slashing on the Blues. Slash. 2 minutes for slashing. Sunkist goes to the box for a slash. I don't know why TNT is so behind. Like this whole playoffs, it seems like TNT is just so behind. Am I the only one? Like, I swear. And it's only on HBO Max if it ain't. Yeah, that's obvious slash on Iafallo. What are you doing, man? You can't give a penalty like that. You can't do that. You can't do that. 8:26. 4 for 20 on the power play are the Jets. Velarde to take the face-off. Ehlers, Connor, Velarde, Perfetti, Pionk to start the power play. Must have been a quick score. Drops it on. Pionk to throw to the high slot. Has that high slot. Kyle Connor at the point. Throws it on. Shot, goal, scores, Jets. Cole Perfetti scores. 2-1. 11 shots each, and Cole Perfetti scores the power play goal for the Jets on their 12th shot, and they're on the board over halfway through the game. 8:19 to go. Horrible penalty by Sunkist, and the Blues pay for it. Jets are within 1. Perfetti goes to the net. Well, of course, there you go. Takes the shot off the post and in. Oh. I didn't cross the line. If I'm the Blues, I check it. If I'm the Blues, I check it. But they're going to play it out. Cole Perfetti. 2-1. Connor and Pionk with the assists. There we go. It hits the post and goes under. Assist by Connor and Pionk. $11:41 through the period. 2-1. 7:38 to go. Throws it on. Caught by Bennington. That'll be a face-off. 7:36. Yeah, I didn't expect to see that either. That was top shed. I was a little bit... That didn't look like completely crossed the line. Maybe when it hit the bar, completely crossed the line. So they didn't challenge it. 7:36. There'll be a face-off here. Defensive zone face-off for the Blues. 2-1. And if I'm a little bit behind, bear with me. TBS has always been behind. Like, ESPN's not as bad. TBS, TNT, for some reason, their feeds are just behind. And it's not like I don't have HBO Max, so that's a problem today. Or FSN Midwest. Shot wide. Blues have it behind the net. Shen. Still with the Blues. Fighting forward at the back wall behind the net. Hellebuck watching. Blues. There will not be a Michigan there. He's not Mikko Rantanen. Throws it on. Toropchenko loses the handle. Throws on. Throws on. Shot! Saved by Hellebuck. Can you help me understand? There's 3 forwards, 2 defenders, 1 goalie. The forwards are the players who normally forecheck when the puck is going to the defensive zone against the defenders. The defenders are more, well, of course, defensemen, but they normally play between the blue line. Once they break out, normally play between the blue line. Neutral zone, they try to protect the neutral zone and protect the blue line once you gain the zone. Also trying to protect breakouts as well. Normally, you see forwards score. A center normally goes to the net for a tap-in when you have a full-on chance. Wingers try to put it on. Defensemen try to put it on, especially if you hem them into the zone. But if you're just trying on a break chance, it depends. Goalie, of course, stays in his net unless they pull him. It's all one leg final. Portland, I think people know I have a good look on Portland. Nashville, I'd say New York City FC. I think I'm pretty positive towards them. I wouldn't say they're a soft spot team, but I'm positive towards them. Let's see. What else is there? Galaxy at times, I think. I respect the Galaxy. I wouldn't say they're a soft spot. Sometimes they're a soft spot team. Sometimes they're not. Mostly Nashville, Portland. Mostly. Face-off, offensive zone face-off for the Blues. June 1st is when the CCL final is. June 1st, first day of hurricane season, the last day of the CCL season. How crazy is that? 5 minutes to go in the second period. When I mean the last day or the first day of the hurricane season, I mean the actual Atlantic hurricane season. Which, by the way, I should really start doing tropical update posts on my community tab for the people who live closer to the Gulf Coast and stuff, and in the islands in Mexico. I really need to start doing those. Once things start popping up, normally the model posts, I'll tell you, shot, saved by Hellebuck. If I see something posted by Mike's weather page or DeBuh, or Mike's weather page, then we put the models up. Then I'll check the models more and such. If it's, of course, some that the NHC already sees, well, there you go. But yeah, I think so. Yes, no, we'll start doing those again soon. The community tab will be filled with hurricane season models and posts about tropical updates as it goes. So, because I care about the people who were possibly affected, and I'm a hurricane expert, so I might as well. But severe weather expert, so I might as well. But since knowing I have people who watch this channel in Mexico and in the islands and possibly on the Gulf Coast and the East Coast, I think it's only fair that I use my knowledge of hurricanes to help, like I did last year. So, on the community tab. So, there you go. Personally, I think CCM. Yeah, CCM sticks for me personally. Bauer probably close second, but CCM. I could do with a Bauer stick, but personally, CCM sticks. Personally, in my opinion. Worst Coldplay song in your opinion? Well, shit, that's a hard question. A lot of them. There's only a couple of songs I can stand from them, so it's probably easier to say, what are the ones you can stand? What are the ones you can stand? Okay, so you're used to them. It's all a matter of preference. I think it's more of a matter of preference than Blues, have it, defensive zone. I think it's more of a matter of preference than anything. But 2-1 Blues. Best Coldplay songs you can stand. Let's see. Viva La Vida. Yeah, they did that. Yeah, Viva La Vida. Yeah, there you go. They did that. They did. Yeah. Viva La Vida. I think Bauer, like CCM sticks, had the best feel to me. And I think when it comes to it, if you can't get a CCM stick, a Bauer stick, close enough. But playing forward. Throws it on, saved by Hellebuck. Now Bauer skates, on the other hand. Now, the best thing Bauer does is the skates. Like if you go anywhere else with skates, I think you're out of your mind. Save. I honestly think you're out of your mind. But CCM gloves, I think everybody really swears on those. CCM gloves, I think that's something everybody swears on. Bauer skates. Throws it around. Three minutes to go. Oh, brings it down. Puck battle at the wall. Goes on, shot wide. Now, I will say this. I think I wish. Like, I like the composite sticks, but I think I kind of wish personally they were a little bit tougher. I think we could find a way to make them a little bit tougher. Like, I think the game is good with composite, but I think there's a way to make them a little bit tougher. You know, there's a lot of, like, I mean, you see a lot of sticks explode, like with the composite sticks they have. And I think it's with the players who try to flex them a lot more, like have lower flex, to have more flex on their stick. Like, just like last night when the stick exploded as Makar tried to take the slap shot. Like, he takes a slap shot, his stick explodes. It caused them to take a penalty, and that honestly caused them to probably blow the game. Like, I think we could do better. It's been, 20 years of these composite sticks now? The fact they're exploding like this, worst possible times, like, we could do better. We could do better. We could do better. I'm sure. Science could, it's 2025. We could do better. I'm not saying wooden sticks are the right way. And also, come on. Well, then again, more likely, defenseman probably wants more flex to get more speed on their shot, because to put it on, I get it. But then again, you see forwards have pretty flexible sticks as well, which is just, okay. Plays forward, Fleury. 54 seconds. Saved by Binnington. Throws it on. Behind the net. Blues. Chasing for it. Jets. Shen. Here come the Blues. Chasing down the ice. The Blues have it. Faksa shot, goal! Faksa scores! 3-1 Blues. Radek Faksa. Walker with the assist. Rocked by Faksa. Sharif don't like it. Rocked by Faksa. 10th career postseason goal. 1925 through the period. You can't give one of those up. Top bins by Faksa. Sharif don't like it. Or Helly don't like it. Rocked by Faksa. Rocked by Faksa. Helly don't like it. Nobody got that reference. No? I tried. I tried. 29 seconds to go. At least I grew up listening to good music. 1925 through the period. 3-1 Blues. And Ehlers takes a tripping penalty. Not good. Not great, Bob. He took a tripping penalty with 30 seconds to go. Okay, you're out of your mind. Ehlers, come on, man. You can't do that. Buchnevich, Thomas, Jimmy, Bolduc, Fowler. Not good, Bob. Not good. Power play for the Blues. And the Jets are imploding once again. Ooh. Could this? Ooh. Oh! Sandberg, let's see if that's a high stick. That bounced off his stick. If that's a high stick, no. That bounced off his stick. I don't think that should be, no. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can make it 4-on-4. No, not on that. No, it's his fault. It's honestly his fault it hit him. I don't think you can. No, that's the right call. I don't think you can. It hit his stick and then went up. Nope, no penalty. None. Blues have the face off. It goes to the side. Blues can pick it up. They have it. Throws it at the high slot. High slot with the Blues. To the point. To the other point. To the high slot. Throws it back. 7 seconds left on the penalty or the period with 1:35 left on the power play. And that'll go all the way back and end the period. 1:31 left on the power play. Starting the third period, which is not a bad amount to have. 3-1 Blues at the end of 2. And the Blues are 20 minutes away from going to the next round. Always a costly mistake killing the Jets. Yep. And then they also take a tripping penalty just seconds after the goal. Bad giveaway to lead to Foxa's goal. Walker to Foxa. Foxa top bins. And Perfetti got one back. And they allow one anyway. So going to the third, 3-1 Blues. It hit his stick. I think they made the right call, personally. If the stick hits the other guy's stick that pushes it going up, you did it to yourself. Like, that stick was not going to hit him if it didn't hit his stick. That's called physics. So, I guess you're against physics? So, we're going to see. Seems like mid-June at this point. Seems like mid-June at this point. Somewhere around there. But with that being said, end of the second, 3-1 Blues. We'll take a short break at the intermission. We'll talk about it. 1 goal each team in the second period. But I think the Blues scoring what they scored is a killer. But also, in theory, though, say it did get called that way. There was no blood. So it would be 4-on-4, and then you only have like 10 seconds of power play time. Is it worth it? Is it really worth it? Like, if it happened later on the penalty, I understand it. But really, 10 seconds of power play time? It's not like your power play is automatic anyway, and it takes more than 10 seconds to either way. Like, in theory, is it even worth it? If you're only getting 10 seconds of power play time after a minute and 50 of 4-on-4. Also, like, if it was like a minute later into the penalty, I could be like, I understand why you're mad about it. Well, I understand why you're mad about it anyway, but it makes more sense if you had more time on the power play after the 4-on-4 was over. 10 seconds is really nothing to do. With that being said, now we'll take a break. 3-1. All right, we are back after the intermission break, or well, my break. We're still in the intermission for about 8 more minutes. But 3-1 Blues have a minute 30 power play time to start the third. Jets need 2 goals to go to overtime. 20 minutes between a Blues series win or a Jets comeback to send it to overtime, or still win Game 7. We're going to find out. The way the Jets are playing, they have to have the best period of their series to win this game or send it to overtime. The Blues have to absolutely collapse, or the Jets just have to outplay them. But I'd say, how the hell? 0 shots and leading the Galaxy 1-0. How? I know the Galaxy are bad, but own goal, it has to be. Own goal has to be. Crazy. But, I mean, the Blues look like they're going to hold on, but we got 20 minutes to find out. Let's see. We'll find out. Own goal from Yoshida. Well, there you go. 0 shots. 1 down. Man, I'd be angry if I was a freaking Galaxy fan. I'd be losing my mind. There's a Blues watch party at Ballpark Village. Well, of course there is. Of course there is. No disrespect, but of course there is. Oh, no, they're putting the other game on. Okay, they put the basketball game on True TV. See if this throws forward a little bit. Like, I don't get why they're so behind. Boom. There you go. But we're waiting for the third period to start. The Blues have a 2-goal lead once again. Perfetti cut it to 1 on the power play. Top bins, hits the bar and in. Crosses the line just enough to be a goal. But then Foxa scores off the giveaway while Walker plays it to him. And it's 3-1 Blues with 20 minutes to go. But I will say, we'll see how this goes. "20 minutes away for the Blues." Again, the Blues are playing with their backs against the wall, and they found a way. Their second was a little bit, you want more, but it's on the road. It being on the road makes things harder. No team has ever come back from down 2 during this series. So the Jets have a big hill to climb if we are looking at the history of this series. Now, of course, if you look at Game 7s, I'm sure you could find a team who came back from down 2. But So, 20 more minutes. Jobu. Jobu. Cam Fowler hasn't got a point yet. I'm surprised. Biz is going to lose his parlay because of that. Like, Cam Fowler legit has the most points of a defenseman in Blues history in one series. And somehow Cam Fowler doesn't have a assist. Weird. That's kind of crazy. But the Blues are winning, so he should have that. But we'll move and see how the second period goes, or the third period. 20 minutes between a playoff winner, a playoff shutdown, series over, a series win for the Blues, or can the Jets come back? Can they make the first 2-goal comeback all series long? I heard about that. It's sad to see the fan who fell from the stands. It was sad. It was sad to hear about. All my prayers to that fan, praying for that fan and his family and the people around him. It's sad. About to start the third. 3-1 Blues. Game 7, the Blues lead with 20 minutes to go. $30 minutes or 20 minutes. I think we'll get an overtime. It's not a Leafs game, but an overtime in Game 7 for the Blues after being up 3-1. Oh, Lord. Please be wrong. Please be wrong. I don't know. I hope you're wrong. All due respect, I hope you're wrong. I hope this game ends in 20 minutes of game time, of course, with stoppages and all. 1956, St. Louis still on the power play after they didn't call the high stick that some people say they should have called, that Jimmy got away with. Drops it, Blues, 1:14 left on the power play. They start the period on the power play, of course. 19:35 to go. And we go 30 seconds down in this third period. 55 seconds left on the power play. Bolduc on for the power play. $19-12 to go. Falk throws it forward. 30 seconds left. Still Kyrou. Neighbors drops it to Falk. Falk throws it up the ice. Back to Justin Falk. Justin Falk throws it onto the point. Shot. Save. Tapped. Saved by Hellebuck. And that'll end the power play with no goals for the Blues. 18:32. 18:29 left in the third period. We're back to full strength. The Jets have 18 minutes to score 2 goals and not allow any to go to overtime. It's possible, but there's been no team to come back from down 2 in this series. Goals on the night, of course. The Blues came back from 0-2 down in games, made it 2-2, went down 3-2, came back to make it 3-3, and here we are, Game 7. But goals-wise, nobody's came back from 2 down in this series. Now, of course, in Game 7s, that's probably happened before. But if you look back at the history, but I got to focus on this game because deep down, I feel like some crazy stuff's about to happen. I don't know exactly what that is, but is that the Blues scoring 2 to put this damn thing away, or is it the Jets having that comeback and then getting heartbroken at the last second? I don't know. Throws it on, shot! And it's covered. Covered by Binnington, 17-20. Velarde threw it on, and it's covered by Binnington. Still 3-1. See what I mean? Told you deep down I felt some crazy stuff was about to happen. Velarde threw it on. He thought he had it too, but it was in Binnington's pads, and he covers it. 17-20. He thought he had it. I honestly thought he did until I saw Binnington cover it. I'm like, oh. Face off. Throws it on. Velarde. Here comes the Blues. They have it at the blue line. Lost. 17:03 to go. Kyle Connor with a shot saved by Binnington. They're testing him now. Face off, defensive zone face off. Another save by Binnington. $16.57. Throws on. Iafallo throws it behind the net. Good block. Goes to the wall. Pionk throws it on. 16:35 to go. Shot. Blocked at the point. Throws on for the Blues. Goes down to center. That'll go all the way back, and it will not be an icing. The clock still runs. 16:15 to go. $15.57. Oh, good block by Sandberg. Jets still have it. Broberg throws it to Falk. Falk has it. Dumps it in. Goes all the way back to Hellebuck. Hellebuck got absolutely, I wouldn't say crushed, but there were Blues there to get the puck, and they did. And they lose the handle. Suter chasing. Perfetti right there. Still with the Jets. The stick is broken. It goes wide. And rolls around. Dumped in by Torpchenko. Dumped in. The Jets can settle, and they go. 14:48. 5 minutes into the third period. 1/4 down of the third period. Just over a fourth, I should say. Parayko goes down. Getting a little bit sloppy on both sides. Throws on. Here come the Blues. 1-on-1. Buchnevich. Buchnevich shot save by Hellebuck. 14-17. Behind the net. Fowler's right there to defend. He doesn't pick it. Parayko goes all the way back. Got tipped by a Jet. I don't think that's icing. Hellebuck pushes it to Sandberg. 13:55. 3-1 Blues. Jets have to find one soon. Save! Save by Binnington. Shot! Doesn't go in. Oh, how lucky were the Blues there that didn't go in. $13.33. That's an icing. Stoppage of play with 13:33 to go. 3-1. Have a TV timeout here. There'll be a face-off once we come back. Blues get lucky that didn't go in. Binnington standing firm, standing tall. Waiting for the next move. Here we go. Face off, center ice. Throws on. 13-27. Yep. Like ever, or just there? Of course it's theirs. But ever? Yeah. No, I would agree. I think it is. Like relative to expectations and probably also what they've done. Yeah, no. Yeah, it is. But Montreal's right there too. 13-04. Hey, at least Toronto's not right there. 11 winless. Galaxy fans are in huge pain. Somehow Toronto got a win and a couple of draws. They're still better than them. So is it that bad? It is. But could be worse. We could be the Galaxy. Well, they just won the MLS Cup. So either way, doesn't matter. 12-43. Overall, throws it on. Kyle Connor with a shot. Oh, it rolls through. Throws it on and it rolls through. Luckily for the Blues, it did. Kyrou dumps it in. Trying to chase for it. Pionk will get there first. Kyrou forechecking. Still, that pass gets to a Blue. Stretch pass right to the Blues. 12-17. Got to do better than that. 12-08. $11.58. Ooh, Connor. $11.47. Almost halfway through the period and 15 minutes through the game. Almost. Closer than you think. And the Jets are running out of time like sands through the hourglass. So are the days of our playoffs. Shot goes wide. That'll be a face-off. Like sands through the hourglass. So are the days of our playoffs. You got a problem. Face off. Gabriel Peck came out of the Galaxy's match with an injury. Jesus H. You got a problem. 13 goals. Damn. He's allowed that many goals it's got to be. It's this playoffs. He's hold that many. I don't. Okay. You got a problem. 11:09. Be a stoppage play of face-off. 11:01. 3-1 Blues. Perfetti on the wing, face off. And the Jets win it, but they go all the way back as they win the face off. 10:50 to go. Save. Another face off. Nemestikov put it on. Save by Binnington. No problem. 10:44 to go. Plays it on. Shot. Picked it up by the Blues. 10:30. 10:26. Lowry throws it behind. Iafallo. Lowry. Oh! Connor! Shot wide. Kyle Connor with a shot wide. Blues almost make a mistake there. 10-11 to go. Still 3-1. 10:06. 10 minutes to go. Halfway through the period. 50 minutes down. Saved by Binnington. And he goes in hard. Stoppage of play. A Jets player went in hard on Binnington as he was making the save. Over halfway through the period, over 50 minutes through the game, just barely. But halfway through the period, 50 minutes through the game, Binnington makes a save and gets ran into as well. Let's see. I think it was Barron who ran into him. I think it was Morgan Barron. I think he's the one who ran into him. Yeah, I think 36. Yeah, I think Barron ran into Binnington. Pumas about to shock everyone and beat Monterrey. Well, damn. Didn't expect that. But that's what's a shock. $9.47. Face-off taken. Blues win the draw. 9:54. The Jets are going to have to pull the goalie sooner rather than later to get a 2-goal, to try to clear this 2-goal deficit. If they could get one before they pull the goalie, that'd be really good. The Blues could shut this down once the Jets do pull the goalie. Playing forward if the Blues don't get hemmed in. Which they've had moments of somewhat getting hemmed in at this time during this game. They've had times of getting hemmed in. The Blues put one on. Shot! Nothing there. Suter. Nemestikov picks it up. 9-10. 3 or 4 minutes after being down 2, I'd pull the goalie about 4 minutes to go. So we're not there yet. But if it's still 3-1 with 4 minutes to go, 4:30, I'd pull the goalie then, which not a problem because Hellebuck, honestly, he'd probably be better without a goalie than with him. Shot! Jets clear. They got hemmed in a little bit there, I would say. 8:36. Jets change. Blues change. Throws it behind. 8:21. Throws it back. Neighbors clears. Blues can rush. They don't. That was a mistake. Luckily, didn't pay for it. Blues made a couple of mistakes that they didn't pay for in this game, which is crazy. 7:53 to go. I say it's kind of crazy that the Blues haven't paid for really any of the mistakes they've made. They've been a bit sloppy, and they almost paid. I wouldn't say they've really paid for any. Could that be a trip? No, it's not. Okay. Blues rush. Blues rush. Throws it behind. Goes to Pionk. Blues overskated. Pionk picks up the puck behind the net. Jets can pick it. They do. 7:20. And that's going to be an icing on the Jets. Offensive zone face-off. Not really the time you want it. Tomorrow, we will be live for the Leafs. Florida at the Leafs. So more hockey, but this time it's on ESPN, so no really behind. Good. 7 p.m. Central, 8 Eastern. We'll be live for the Leafs game tomorrow. Tuesday, the Hurricanes play the Caps, and the Oilers play the Vegas Golden Knights. I'm guessing Wednesday, whoever wins this game will play Dallas on Wednesday to start their series when the Leafs play again on Wednesday, which will be live for that again. We'll be live for Game 2 as well, because there's nothing really this month besides hockey and a couple of UEFA finals and a couple of Toronto FC games. There might be a couple of doubles this month, but it's probably Toronto and TFC and Leaf doubles. Oh, and also the second leg of the Girault and Chelsea semifinal. But there's not much this month, which is good. Be a lot of NHL playoffs. Sorry, Liga MX fans, but the Leafs are still playing. So unless they get eliminated soon, no Liga. At least definitely not the quarterfinals. Probably not the semis either. I might do the Liga final if the Leafs get eliminated before then, which is possible. They're playing the Panthers. If they don't, sorry, it ain't happening. Leafs matter more. Unless they don't play Sunday and Thursday. If they don't play Sunday and Thursday, I can. So, there you go. 6:16. That's a run out of time here. Yep. Would you clone yourself? Yeah, I don't see why that'd be a bad thing. Shot! It went behind the net, but not in. 6:05. Yeah, I don't see why that'd be a problem. Whether it's like a mind clone, I mean, longevity-wise, ship of Theseus, like clone your mind to put in a robot or clone yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'd consider it in some way, shape, or form. 5:40, 3-1. Letty doesn't get called for a trip. I'm a little bit shocked, honestly. Behind the net. 5:30, there's a stoppage play for an offside. 5:30, 30 seconds away from being 3/4 through the period and 5 minutes away from the end of the game. What's something you would... Cook? I mean, that doesn't sound bad. 5:28. Shot. Good clearance. Or it doesn't really get cleared, but the Blues do make a block. The Jets have 22 shots now. They're out shooting the Blues. They finally start out shooting the Blues. 8 seconds till 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. 3/4 through the period. We're in the final 5 minutes of this game. 55 minutes down. 5 to go. Blues have a 3-1 lead. Shot. Let's see when they pull Hellebuck. Let's see when the Jets pull Hellebuck. They kind of have to any minute now. Any moment now they have to pull Hellebuck if they want any chance to come back and send this to overtime. The Blues have played some good defense throughout these 20 minutes. Plays it back. Jets have it. Will they pull Hellebuck? 4:30. When will they pull Hellebuck? It's going to happen. Blues, Jets have it. Blues could clear. Blues could still clear. 4:13. They still haven't pulled Hellebuck. Behind the net, icing. That'd be a defensive zone face-off. Question is, do they pull him now? What a save. Cook. Three to 1 Blues. Blues have it. They have not pulled the goalie. 4 minutes to go. Jets have it. When will they pull Hellebuck? 3:59. They're still not pulling Hellebuck. Buchnevich, shot! Goes wide. Well, luckily they didn't there. Jets can't get out of their own zone. Yep. That's true. The Blues are trying to take away time from them. They are doing a good job of it. 3:27. The Jets have not hemmed in the Blues yet or even gained possession in their offensive zone. But at this point, you're getting to the point where you have to just go for it and do it anyway. And that is icing and a defensive zone face-off for the Blues. Now you're getting to the point where you have to pull him at the... I think that's what he just said. Where you have to pull him before the face-off. Yes. Yes, it is. Hellebuck's at the bench. And they're going to take a timeout. And they're going to draw up the play. And it looks like Hellebuck's going to stay at the bench. And go into the bench once they pull out for the face-off. Which you kind of have to at this point. Cristiano, Messi, John Terry. Goalie or not? Well, no. Does the goalie count or not? Because Jorge Campos. Perfect. Hey, there you go. You play one at striker or one at goalie. Jorge Campos. There we go. Ronaldo, Messi, Jorge Campos, John Terry, and Eden Hazard. There we go. That's good. There we go. 3:14 to go, and Hellebuck's on the bench. They have pulled the goalie. And here comes a defensive zone faceoff. 6-on-5, 3:14. If the Blues score an empty net goal, that might as well be curtains for the Jets. 3:14 left. 3:14. Interesting. Left in the third period. 3-1 Blues. Empty net. 6-on-5. Jets. Trying to find a winner. Or at least one to get them within one and then find the equalizer and then go to overtime. Let's see if that happens. They have time. They're taking their sweet-ass time to set up for the draw. Might as well. They're taking their sweet-ass time. No, the referees are talking to the review bench. Here we go. 3:14. Here we go. Now, finally, the face-off. Thomas versus Velarde. And it looks like it's going to be retaken. 3:13. Back to 3:14. Now they take. Nobody pushed out. Face-off. Looks like the Blues have possession. The Blues have possession with an empty net. And the Jets try. They have it now. Kyle Connor. Trying to play the Mitch Marner role, sort of. Jets are back in the zone. Brought down. Blues. Will they shut this game down? They throw it on and wide. No icing. 2:46. Can the Blues survive the onslaught of the Jets? Kyle Connor throws it behind the net. 234. They cycle. They lose it. It's going to go wide. And that'll be a face-off. Defensive zone face-off for an icing. 228. Falk misses the net. 3-1. Because they started so well, they couldn't really blow it. That's their problem. They had such a good start, such like an NHL record start, they couldn't blow it. Like, they won the freaking President's Trophy back in, like, October or November. They couldn't really blow it. Shot wide. 2:15 to go. It's not really good to win the President's Trophy. It's not. Throws it on. Shot behind. Iafallo. Falk with a body stop, man. 2:01. Still with the Jets. At the points. Open net. Goal! 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 Jets score! They're within one! The Jets score! Within one! 1:55 to go! Nemestikov with the goal! Laser into the net! And it's 1:55 to go! Nemestikov! Vladislav Nemestikov with a goal. Has it at the point. Takes a shot. Beats Binnington to the far side. It's 3-2. And they're going to have a face-off with the empty net. 1:56. Pionk and Sandberg with the assists. $18:05 through the period. (3-2). Hellebuck is in the net for the face-off. 1:34. If they gain possession, they'll pull them again. 3-2. And they pull Hellebuck with 1:30 to go. 3-2. Jets need one more to send this to overtime. The Blues need one to ice it. Somebody's going to score with these 1:11 to go. Shot. Binnington covers. 1:06. Binnington covers. Nemestikov pulls it within one. Pionk and Sandberg with the A's. 6-on-5 goal. And it's 3-2. Happy Star Wars Day. Thank you. .106. Empty net goal. Take a short. Somebody's going to score with 1:06 to go. Question is it the Blues or the Jets? Blues score, they shut it down. Jets score, overtime. How are the Blues about to blow this? I mean, the Jets have talent. It's not like they're shocking. It never crossed the line. We're focused on hockey. They're checking it. They're checking it. I don't think it went past the line. It never crossed the line. Nope. Never did. And by the time he covered it, if it was, he covered it already. It's clearly not in. To make sure they don't screw them. 1:06 left. in the third period. The Blues are a goal away. They have the goal lead with 1:06 to go. As of now, it never went in, though. Like, this should be Blues still have the lead and a face-off. And they blew the whistle. Exactly. That's a stoppage of play. It never went in the first place. No goal. No goal. That's what I thought. I think El Chucky Lozano can make a comeback with Mexico. With the way he's playing, maybe. Possible. I'm not going to say yes, but possible. 1:06 to go. Face off. 6-on-5. He covered it. The whistle was blown. I don't think that went in. Yeah, never crossed the line. 1:06 face off. If the Blues could tap it away, good. Behind the net, Blues. Can they clear? Rings around. Icing. Defensive zone face-off, 52.5. 3-2 Blues. They have less than a minute to go. They score. They shut it down. The Jets score. We go to overtime. 52.5 seconds. Now it's 53.3. 53.3. Under a minute to go. 53 seconds. 6-on-5. Jets win the draw. They dump it in. Blues have it. They go down. And it's behind the net. It hit a Jet first. 46.6. Another defensive zone face-off. 6-on-5. Jets with the empty net. Their season is... No, they're not, Pepita. No. Yeah, me too. The only Stanley Cup I recognize is Lord Stanley. Forget your water cups. I only think Lord Stanley. Toronto won't be going to CCL unless, well, they call the Pirate. They win MLS Cup, which I don't think that'll happen, but they should. 41 seconds. But I know better than anybody else. Takes a shot. Binnington off the legs. 33 seconds. To the blue line. They lose control. Blues forecheck. 26 seconds. The Blues. They get it clear. Or they don't, actually. They ring around the boards. 14 seconds. Puck battle. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. At the blue line. Goes to the point. Shot. Goal! The Jets tie it up with 1.6 to go. And we're going to overtime in Game 7. Cole Perfetti at the death. We're going to overtime. Three. The Jets and Blues are going to overtime. You just knew that had to happen. Cole Perfetti. Takes the shot. It taps in. And we're going to overtime. 1957. Cole Perfetti tips it in. Connor and Ehlers with the assists. And that is 1957 through the period 3-3. We're going to overtime. And to regulation, it's 3-3. We're going to overtime. One goal decides it all. Perfetti with a tap in. It got thrown on by Kyle Connor. Ehlers played it to Connor. Connor threw it on. Tap in by Perfetti. He scores his third of the series, second of the game. And we're going to overtime. And the Jets have all the momentum. The Jets have all the momentum. The Jets have all the momentum. The Blues. OMG. How'd the Blues let this happen? I can't believe they did, frankly. 6 on 5. 6 on 5. That's what the Jets actually did it. They have the talent to do it. They did it. The Blues absolutely melted down. Again, they couldn't finish a whole 60-minute game at Winnipeg. Again, and they have to play another 20 minutes. One goal decides who moves on. And the Blues, again, can't play a full 60-minute game at Winnipeg. They almost did. And they couldn't get an empty net to shut it down, and they couldn't hold on for 10 seconds. Wow. Dude. Wow. Wow. We have an overtime to go. With that being said, we'll take a short break at intermission. And we go till this is over. We go till this is over. There might be 2 overtimes. Well, the way this game's being played, I don't know if somebody scored every period. So there's going to be a goal before 20 minutes are up, I would guess. But at this point, I think the Jets might just pull victory from the jaws of defeat. I mean, they already did. We go to overtime in 14 minutes. The Blues. Wow. Wow. We'll take a short break. We'll be back. Wow. All right, we're back. Blues Achilles heel, they can't close out the game in Winnipeg. Yep. And they got right up there, and it reared its ugly head. In playoffs, yes. In playoffs, yes. Until you score, the game keeps going. So you have a 20-minute intermission between third and the OT. If they don't score in 20 minutes, like a normal 20-minute period, 5-on-5 hockey, they go to another intermission, they play another overtime. If they can't score in 2, another intermission, another overtime. Yes, it's possible. It won't go that long, but there's been a game that went 5 overtimes in COVID during the bubble, the Columbus Blue Jackets versus the Tampa Bay Lightning. So it's possible it goes longer than 1 overtime or 2. Normally it's 1. Sometimes there's 2. Rarely you get to triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple overtimes. You rarely get there. And I don't think either of these teams want that to happen, because if they do, game 1's going to basically be a sink, and the Dallas Stars are probably going to win it. So we're going to see. Yes, it is. I know. Mexican Coke is better. Yeah, they did. And Perfetti was right there to tap it in. Had 10 seconds. All they had to do was keep it from going in front of the net for 1 second. Oh, Lord, man. It's just like a microcosm of how they lost in Winnipeg the other 3 games. At least this time it's overtime, which I don't think they ever touched. Hold on. Well, they never touched ever in this series, let alone the games in Winnipeg. Whoo, boy. What if it goes 11 overtimes? Well, it could. They'd definitely be tired as all hell. I'd like to see it just for the wildness of the situation. Yeah. Blues fans were complaining about him, but he was right. That, I will say, though, 11 overtimes kind of seems to me like a solitary challenge. Like, if you know the show Solitary, like with Val and the Pods and all that, Solitary 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, all of them are on YouTube, by the way. So it's a good show that ended back in the early 2010s, but it's a very good show. Look it up. All for free on YouTube. Somebody uploaded them all 4 seasons. It seems like a solitary challenge, 11 overtimes. That's like this game already went 2, almost 3 hours. So you add on that 11 overtimes plus 3, so 3, 6, 9, 6, 9, 12. Goes over half a day. Well, there you go. That'd be crazy. I think this game will be over in 1, though. There's been a goal every period. I'd be shocked if the overtime was the first period. There wasn't a goal. So, do that what you will. We got Leafs tomorrow. Leafs game 1 tomorrow. Yeah, I'm glad I've done this game instead of NYC or Sporting Kansas City, LA Galaxy. 0 goals. The first ever team in MLS history. Sporting Kansas City to win 1-0 with no goals, or no shots, I should say, because it was an own goal. Because in football, there are own goals. Now, of course, wow. Let's see how this period goes. 50% to 50% for the deserve to win O-meter. Not like those matter, but do those matter? Maybe, maybe not. Do that what you will. Hit defender and goes in. Okay, that makes sense. From far out. Far side, okay. Well, waiting for the intermission to start. Yeah, I'm sure you want, hell, I want this to end quickly. I think we both could agree. We can want this to end quickly. I think we both want this to end quickly. I'd rather this end quickly and the Blues get jumped on like they did at the end of the third period more than they survive for like 15, 17 minutes than get scored on. So I understand how you feel. I agree. I don't know if I'll throw up, but I'm definitely, this feels like, crazily enough, with the way the Blues blew it, this kind of feels like a Leafs Game 7. The feeling feels very familiar. Very familiar. Washington, D.C. is going to host the 2027 NFL Draft. So Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C. Interesting. All right. Kyle Connor has the highest odds of scoring an overtime winning goal. Do you think the refs are favoring the Jets? No. No, because if they were favoring the Jets, they would have called that high stick. The refs are just horrible. That's where we are now. Like, I will say this, throughout the whole first round, the refs have been way worse than normal when it comes to playoff hockey. Simple. Every series, every game, first round, the refs have been worse than normal when it comes to playoff hockey. They have been horrible. Absolutely horrible. I don't think they're favoring anybody. I just think they're incompetent. And like, playoff hockey is horrible refereeing, and a lot of things are allowed. I get that. But right now, I just think the referees are incompetent in general. And here we go to start the overtime. A goal ends it. No matter who. One goal, that team goes to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs to play the Dallas Stars. The winner of this game plays the Stars, and the winner of this game has to have an overtime goal to earn that advancement. If the Jets win, they will host Game 1 against the Stars at Bell MTS Place. If the Blues win in overtime, if they punch back and land the knockout blow, the Blues will go to Dallas to play Game 1. He should, but he won't. Like, we're talking about Gary Bettman here. It's a clown show. He runs a clown show league. Braden Shen has a playoff overtime goal for the Blues. The Jets have Kyle Connor, Ehlers, Iafallo. They have 4 players with overtime goals in history. So the Jets have more likelihood. You're probably right. I think you're right. And the Blues are about to get eliminated in overtime, so I feel just as bad as you. How do Blue fans feel right now? Scared. They have not played a full 60-minute game in Winnipeg at all. and playing a 58-minute game still wasn't enough. 50th Game 7 overtime and Game 7 number 200 of NHL history. How fitting. How fitting. 1/4 of Game 7s have gone to an overtime. This is Game 7, number 200 in NHL history. And 1/4 of those Game 7s have went to overtime in Game 200. How fitting. Game 199 ended in 3 periods because you needed to see Game 200, Game 7 200 to go to overtime 50. Only fitting. Who will win overtime number 50? Game 7 overtime number 50. Who's going to win? Say, Binnington plays forward for the Blues. They can break. They have a 2-on-1. They drop it. They throw it on behind the net. The Blues lose the puck. Bad. They want that back, I bet. Yeah, but not the Jets. Probably more like the Southern teams, if anything. Goes behind. If anything, gets blocked. They're definitely not favoring a Canadian team. 30 years without a cup, you're crazy. That's going to go wide around the half wall. 1809, 3-3. The next goal wins. The Jets came back from down 2. For the first time this series, a team came back from down 2, and it was within the final minutes of the game. We need an overtime winner to decide who moves on to round 2 and is the final team in the final 8. The Blues could break. Throws it on over the net, and we can still have the game be played. 17:38. The Blues are getting a little bit pulled apart. 17:33. That'll be a defensive zone face-off for the Jets in the offensive zone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this game probably won't end well. Saved by Binnington. For the Blues, I have Schenn. For the Jets, I have Ehlers. That's a good pick. I don't see who else. Like the Blues, if it's not Schenn, what else? If it ain't Schenn, I say Jimmy. The Kid. Jimmy the Kid. That's probably just because I'm a stan. Only took a couple of games, but it did. There you go. Plays it out. Jimmy the Kid or Cam Fowler. Schenn is the captain. Jimmy the Kid because he's so good. And Cam Fowler, well, has the most defenseman points for a Blues in Blues history in one series. It would suck if it ended right there. It would. It would. Going forward. Throws it in. Blues. Has it. Thomas. Shot. Whoa. It goes wide. Buchnevich doesn't get the shot on. That'll be stopped for an icing. Offensive zone face-off for the Blues. So close. Is this crazier than the Stars game? Yeah. For different reasons, but yeah. The Blues, they didn't even, run out of gas until minute 56. They played a 58-minute full game, and they still went to overtime. How? Schenn versus Barron on the face-off. Looks like Jets have won the face-off. Gets blocked. Blues. They can build on it. Shot saved by Hellebuck. Schenn goes behind the net. Still has it. Throws it on. Shot. Wide. And the Blues lose the zone. But they pick it back up. Fowler throws it to center. 16-21 behind the net. The Blues pick it up. They win the puck battle. Throw it to the blue line. To the high slot. Goes into the point. Still skates behind. And the Jets. Falk gets pushed behind. Shot! Oh! What a chance! But the Blues don't put it away. They be another icing. 15:56. Another offensive zone face-off. Another. Falk gets in behind Velarde. Walker with a shot. It gets saved by Hellebuck. Walker point blank. Can't put it away. Off the post. Wow. Yeah, Victor Hedman played with a broken foot. Yeah, I saw that. A lot of injuries for the Tampa Bay Lightning, to be honest. Jets win the draw there. Blues have to go behind. They can change. 15:47, Broberg. Broberg plays it out. Still with the Blues. Falk throws it forward to center. Blues can clear it back forward. They don't go back to their blue line. Toropchenko. They lose the handle. Broberg goes behind the net once again. They're going to let him change. Perfetti in front of Binnington. Don't be stupid, Broberg. And they're going to go forward, the Blues, to the high slot. Buchnevich with a shot, but it gets covered by a defender. Or right off a defender. Blocked by a defender. Throws it on. Here's a chance for the Blues. Shot! Saved by Hellebuck! And covered. 15:02. The Blues. No. No, I'm not. I'm not related to Frederick either. No. No relation to either. No relation to either. The Blues are putting chances on. And the Jets will win the draw. Fleury to clear. And the Blues have a chance to play it forward. They do. To the blue line. Shot blocked. Wow. And the Blues icing, offensive zone face-off. Again, 14:43. No, Pacharo. No. $14:43 offensive zone face-off. Throws on and they lose it. Jets can rush. But the Blues, Iafallo gets pushed off of it. Blues. And it gets all the way behind. Icing, defensive zone face-off. Who's your favorite hockey team and why? Toronto Maple Leafs. Because I chose the Leafs. I chose the Leafs. The playoff run when they had that last Battle of Ontario. And then they played the Philadelphia Flyers. Of course, the Blues have been my second favorite team as well. But I'd say that happened a little bit later. But for me, I liked how Matt Sundin played. I like how Darcy Tucker played. Ty Domi. I liked how rough and tumble those Leafs were. And thought they were interesting, and it just stuck. And, well, hell, it's not been a fun. I mean, I have all the Toronto teams are my favorites, but there were things I liked about all of them. And I will say it's put me through a lot of hell. It's put me through a lot of hell. It's put me through a lot of hell, especially the Leafs. The Leafs have put me through a lot of hell. Big fan of Roy Halladay. I chose to root for them all. But I had things I liked about all of them. I loved how rough and tumble the plays forward. Shot wide. So Roy was the catalyst, but they all were But I loved how Matt Sundin, Darcy Tucker, Ty Domi played for those Leafs. I loved how rough and tumble those Leafs were. And who's your favorite? Who's your favorite team? And the Blues are going to the penalty kill. Damn it. Schen's going to the box. Yep, this is not going to end well. Jets going to the power play. This is not going to end well. 5-on-4. Schenn put it straight out. Toronto's yours also. Yeah, it's hell. It's hell. 2 minutes of power play time for the Jets. My bad. Avs with a choke job. Oh, yeah, you're an Avs fan. My bad. Oh, yeah, you're an Avs fan. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot for a second. Can the Blues score a shorthanded goal? Smart play by Parayko. Yep. I'll be here for game 1 tomorrow. I'll be here for game 2 on Wednesday. I think I did more than half of the game round 1 series. I did the Buffalo game. I did Team Canada versus Team USA 4 Nations. Did 2 of the Flyers games back in January. I do as much as I can, but also the World Juniors. I would have done that if Canada went further, but they didn't. I would have done the World Juniors final if Canada got there, but they didn't because they had a horrible roster. Honestly, both years, and they choked both these past 2 years. So do with that what you will. I'll do some Olympic hockey once that pops around. Canada, especially Canada, Italy. That would be awesome. So I think that would be awesome to do. Icing. Canada, Italy. We will be there. Well, be live for it, but we will be watching it. We will be watching it. Shot. Save. And that's in the crease. And it gets cleared or covered. It gets covered. So, yes. Bennington with a save. Blues are my second favorite team, so that's why I'm doing the Blues game. As you can tell. And being a Blues fan second is also why I trust Craig Berube to win with the Leafs. Because Craig Berube's a winner. I know he's a winner. I've seen him win. And so far, it looks like that's the case. That is pretty cool, yeah. It's like 8808 for Beijing. That was pretty cool. 24 seconds left on the power play. 18 seconds. 11:55 left in overtime. 13, 12, 11, 10. 9 seconds left on the power play. Can the Blues get it back to even strength? 3, 2, 1. Shot from the high slot. We're back to even strength. Shot blocked. Nemestikov. Shot gets blocked. Blues. Toropchenko. The Blues could break out. Toropchenko with a high shot. And it's going to go out for a face-off. Blues kill it. Nemestikov is hurt. With 8 Leafs from the last time they won the Cup. That's nice. 67 with 8 Leafs on it. That's nice. If they make the Stanley Cup, well, I don't know if it's in a frame or not, but if you could wear it, I would wear it if the Leafs make the Stanley Cup. That seems like a curse buster to me. Plays forward. Okay. 11:16 to go. The Blues have had chances. They've actually played pretty well this overtime. Bennington covers because Trey Parker and Matt Stone are Kings fans. Because they were Kings fans before the Avalanche became a thing. So they have Cartman and the boys do Go Kings Go. They've always been Kings fans. Because the Kings were there before the Avs were. I think it was Gretzky that they were fans of. And they were kids when Gretzky got traded to the Kings. Which, I'm not going to say nothing about 1993 because, damn it, well, I wasn't alive then anyway. So, plays forward. Shot! Saved by Hellebuck. Yeah, the Leafs parade would be nuts. 10:55 to go. Hellebuck makes a save on the rush, but the Blues are putting on chances. Johnny Bauer jersey, nice. That's awesome. Legend. Rest in peace, Johnny Bauer. Playing forward. Dumps it behind the net. No Michigan? Nope. Why? Like, there was no room for that. Why are you trying to Michigan? Delusional. If that ends badly, you get what you deserve. Playing forward. I could just wear an LA Rams jersey and that would be easier. I will not do that. Well, Kurt Warner jersey. I don't know. Would they? Well, no. Eric Dickerson jersey. Yeah, I could do that. Because, see, St. Louis respected the legends of LA. LA calls the St. Louis greatest show on turf legends when they need them. Into the net. That'll be a face-off. Luke Schenn throws it. Like, I feel like the St. Louis Rams respected the legends of the LA Rams. I feel like the LA Rams legends, when they were in St. Louis, loved coming to St. Louis. They were proud to be respected by St. Louis. The problem is that I don't think the St. Louis legends are really respected by LA, by the fans, and they only really get pulled out there when they're needed to be pulled out there. 9:57 to go. I totally think it's a different situation. So do with that what you will. 4:02. This game's going far. 2:09 minutes, 2 minutes, 9 seconds for Morrissey. He left the game. Pionk with 34 minutes. Sandberg with 30. Fleury with 24. DeMello with 23. 9:57 to go. 3-3. Goal wins the series. Goal wins the game. It's that simple. The Blues have honestly had the better overtime. I'm not going to lie. I think they've been better in overtime. They've had more chances. That feels totally like the Blues are going to give one rush chance up and lose that way. That's what this feels like. I don't think we're going to a second overtime. Face-off defensive zone. Perfetti's game-tying goal was the latest game-tying goal in Game 7 NHL history. 6 seconds remaining by Matt Cook, 2004 conference quarters with Vancouver. And the Blues pick it up. Toropchenko loses it. Goes behind. Blues have it at the wall. They do have time to clear it. They do. Gets into the zone. Dumps it. Offside. Neutral zone face-off. Plays forward. 9:25. Blues have it. Throws it to center. Dumps it in. Behind. Jets can clear. They do. Iafallo loses the handle. Behind the net. DeMello. 8:58. Shot. Connor. Saved by Binnington. The TFC's not going to reply to the fans. They don't care. They don't care. Not a lick. That's the problem. Blues could gain the zone. They dump it in. Throws it on, and that's a bad pass. Tip. Buchnevich doesn't get the tip in. Broberg gains the zone. Throws it on behind the net. Puck battle. Jets could clear. Ooh. Falk throws on. Blues could rush. Throws it in. Pionk behind the net. 7:55. Blues still with it. $7:44. That's out for a offensive zone face-off. Icing. 7:36. Whew. Face-off. Neutral zone face-off. Or center ice. No goal. Well, of course, it isn't because there can't be a goal. 7:30. Because if there is, the game's over. Unless it gets pulled back, which that'd be crazy. If the goal gets pulled back anyway. 7:20. Another face-off. Icing. Defensive zone. 3-3. 7:20 to go in overtime. Face-off. Sunkist wins it. They throw it along the wall. And icing. 7:13. Another offensive zone face-off. $7:05. $7:05. Face off. 7:05, won by the Blues. 7 minutes to go. 3-3. Chasing behind the net. They do. Blues have it at center. They go back. They throw it forward. They stay in the defensive zone. They cycle. Hellebuck. Drops in. Shot wide. 6:23 to go. 1 goal ends it. Behind the net. Shot. Nope. Gets blocked. In motion. DeMello at the blue line. Behind the net. Iafallo can't pick it up. Blues. Tip it on. Throw it forward. And there they go. They can break. They have room. Robert Thomas throws it on Kyrou. And they lose it to Connor. 5:52. Throws on. Throws it on. Shot. Wide. Blues. 60 hits to 37. Thomas can throw it in. Icing. Or not. No, it won't be. 5:23. They keep going. 3/4 through overtime. Throws on. Loses the puck. Here's a shot. Saved by Binnington. Shen has room to go back the other way. Throws it on. Shot. Broken stick. A broken stick. At the blue line. Offside. It's DAZN. DAZN's going to have the Club World Cup. And Fox, I think, has a little bit of it. I don't know. Is it? Either way. Save by Binnington. The Blues go the other way, and a broken stick off Broberg. His stick breaks at the worst possible time, trying for the slap shot on Hellebuck. 4:44 to go. Still 3-3. Offensive zone face-off. Sunkist and Barron, they have it. Blues win the face-off. Save by Hellebuck. They put it straight on. Another face-off. How does stick break? I guess there was some damage to it that made it break as he was hitting the, trying to shoot the puck. That's possible. The more damage a stick takes, the more abrasions it has, the more place it has to fail. And there's also a lot of flex. I'm sure he has a lot of flex on his. Well, it's for free on DAZN. Like, it's actually for free on DAZN. You don't have to subscribe. Or at least pay subscribe. Like, DAZN will show for free. That's the line. Saved by Binnington. Caught. .414 to go. Still 3-3. Kyle Connor with 7 shots on the wing, on the edge of the face-off circle. Plays it forward. Behind the net. It would be so funny if this period's the first period without a goal. There's been a goal all 3 periods. Right now, so far, overtime has not had one. We are very close to a second overtime when it comes to this Game 7. And the Jets get the puck back. 3:38. Blues throw it in. The Jets will be able to clear once they pick up possession, if they do. Blues still have it on their stick. Good. Walker trying to win the puck battle. 3:16. How we doing, Sean? So mad with how this game went. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Definitely not happy with the Blues giving up that 2-goal lead with seconds to go. puck battle, and they're going to stop it. 2:55. They're going to blow it dead. The Blues win, go bald. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're out of your mind. 2:55. Whew. Face off. Schenn versus Barron. Schenn's won more face offs than Barron tonight. And the Blues do win the face off. Fowler throws it forward. Shot behind the net. Hellebuck did not see it at all, but it still goes wide. 2:45 to go. Icing, another offensive zone face off. Playing forward, 2:36. Blues wouldn't get the R9 cut. No. I'll stick with my $5 busted fade. Ooh. Puck out. Jets have it. Blues could clear. 2:15. And they have a rush here. Schenn. Braden Schenn loses the puck. And the Jets have it. 2:01. 1:56 to go. Nemestikov throws it. Falk throws it on behind the net. Blues pick it back up. Throws behind. Kyrou, 1:30. Falk can clear. No. I'm keeping the $5 busted fade. 1:09. Shot. Cleared. Blues. They will not hold on and get the handle there. They had a chance to break one last time before the end of the period. I don't think they will get it. Well, they didn't get it. 41 seconds. Maybe they'll get it now. .30 seconds to go. Icing, offensive zone face-off. 3-3. Face-off 1. Throws on. 25 seconds. Hellebuck. Throws it on. Blues lose the zone. Dumps it in. We're going to go to a second overtime. We're going to a second overtime. Three after overtime 1. We go to another overtime. What would you do for the Blues to win this? I ain't doing nothing. I don't care that much. Now, if it was the Leafs, we might have a different feeling about this, but right now I could give a shit. I don't care enough to do anything. Haircut, some embarrassing. I don't care enough to do anything. Now, the Leafs, we might have an argument, but frankly, it's different. It's different. It's different. Like, I want the Blues to win, but not so much as I'll cut my hair in a stupid way or do something embarrassing or such. I don't care that much. Now, the Leafs, on the other hand, Game 7 overtime, I might have to make a deal with the hockey gods or the hockey devils. But here, nah. I don't care that much. This ain't the Leafs, man. I don't care that much. This is my second favorite team. Like, I'm happy if they advance, but do I care enough to do anything stupid? No. No, I don't. No. So, there you go. With that being said, we'll take a short break at this intermission. We go to another overtime. 3-3. Sit tight, be back. We're back. Nerve-wracking, yeah. This feels like the Leafs. Well, the Leafs have never went to a second overtime in Game 7. No, they haven't. At least in my fan span. So, I might be wrong. But, Wish the Devils could rematch the Hurricanes. Yeah, problem is your players are still hurt. Your players are still hurt. You'd still lose. Still lose. Hockey Devils. We got a second overtime. Wish I could. Okay, I'm going to put that in the chat. Hold on. Leafs subreddit meme. I hate the Kachucks. I hate the Kachucks. I hate the Kachucks. With a troll face and hold on. I'll send the meme over. Hold on. Copy link. I'll send that. I'll put it in the chat. Hold on. It's hilarious. A link to the meme. Damn it. Come on. Oh, there we go. Boom. Here it is. Click the link. It's there. Well, I mean, I don't hate their father, but I definitely... Matthew for sure. Brady, Still love Keith Tkachuk, though. How are we feeling? Nerve-wracking. My nerves are racking. That's how I'm feeling. Like, how 2 minutes, man. The Blues played a 58-minute game in Winnipeg and still couldn't win. Jesus, man. 2 minutes of not playing full hockey, and the Jets come back. And then they play a full overtime anyway. I don't get it. I don't get it. Look just like regular season. Yep. I don't get it. It's mind-boggling. Then they played a full 20-minute overtime period just fine and looked better, honestly. Couldn't put one away, which makes me feel like there's going to be like a goal 2 minutes into the second overtime by the Jets. It ain't going to take long. If they survive the first 2 minutes, I guess they're fine. But I don't think the second overtime is going to take long. I don't think it's going to take long. And frankly, I don't think it goes their way. I don't. Even though they had a better first overtime. But this just seems totally like... I don't know. We'll see. Parayko and Walker both had pristine looks. I agree. That's some good breakaways, too. And then, of course, the Broberg shot where his stick just absolutely imploded. If he actually got that shot off, I have a funny feeling that would have went in. But we're going to find out. No. Our checking line does better than our scores. Well, that sounds familiar. That ain't the first time. Well, for me at least. I mean, the Leafs, you could argue that during the playoffs, the Leafs checking line does better than their core four. Not Matthew Nyes. He's wonderful. Liar. 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 Shame, shame, shame. You're a liar. You're a liar. I would never, ever, ever, ever put on or root for the Boston Bruins. That is sacrilege. Sacrilege, I tell you. Sacrilege. Hell no. I may have PTSD because of those Leafs versus Bruins series. The Bruins didn't give me Stockholm Syndrome. Well, yeah, they used to be the Atlanta Thrashers. Some. Shot. Second intermission about to start. It's funny. How do we choke with 1.6 seconds? Because they can't play a full 60-minute game in Winnipeg. That's why. Even if it was 58 minutes, it still wasn't enough. I don't get it. We've never been good in those 5-on-6s. Yep. Waiting for the second overtime to start. Because the original Winnipeg Jets are playing golf right now in Utah. Well, that's because the Blues, well, no, they were anyway, even if the Blues lost that game. Honestly, though, personally, I think they're better off in Utah. Honestly, I think they're better in Utah. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. Yeah, that wasn't great, but yeah, that wasn't. I don't think that was too good. I could have done better. A little bit too high for me. A little bit too high for me. A little bit of, got to go a bit lower. That was good. Well, thank you. I didn't think so. I didn't really think so. You will settle. Well, good. Good. Big up, Ryan. What's your thoughts on Chelsea defeating the Premier League champions? I'm glad they did. That means they'll probably get top 5. They're turning the Jets on at the right time. And that means they'll have a better chance to win the Conference League than I thought when it came to the finals. So we'll go with it. I'm happy about it. They'll get top 5. I feel like winning against Liverpool when nobody expected it, that's a top 5. That's a top 5 win, and then we'll see. They can make some play better for the Conference League final. For those about to rock far. Why are we doing that? Columbus ain't even playing. Do you think Liverpool are undeserved champions? No, I think they're deserved. I just think their players are out to lunch. I think they won the title. They're happy with it. They're not going to get caught up. Let them celebrate and get the players that deserve medals who haven't got the 5 games, get them medals. I think they deserve champions. I think Arsenal suck. That also helps. And Man City's had the worst season they've probably ever had under Pep. Even worse than season 1. I think, yes, the challengers died out quickly when it came to Liverpool. But in the end, $19.28. Do you believe the Leafs will beat Florida in 6? My heart says yes. My gut says no. And that's a save. That'll be a face-off. My heart says yes. My gut says no. Like, I could see the Leafs somehow winning that series, but that's probably more hope than being smart. We're off in the second overtime. 19:20 to go. Offensive zone face-off. Thomas versus Lowry. Nope. Blues get to the puck. They do. They throw it on. Throws it behind to the point. Shot. Tries to go over the glove. Didn't exactly work. Parayko. Blues. Can they win the puck battle? They go behind the net. Kyrou. Still Kyrou. Pionk pushes him off. The Leafs have to do a Ric Flair. To be the man, you got to beat the man. Woo! Playing forward. Shot wide. 18:23 to go. Jimmy. Pass center. Throws it. Hellebuck to clear. Throws it behind the net. Jets. Throw it down the ice. No icing. That's a bad call. Blues can gain the zone. They do, but Sandberg clears. 17:52. Shot. Oh. Behind. Still the Blues have it. Throws it on. Have it at the point. They take a shot. Goes behind the net. Throws it. Shot. Tipped. Doesn't go in. Cleared away. 17:18 to go. 3-3. Shot. Goes wide. Broberg could clear. Oh, good block by Binnington off of him. Shot by Pionk wide. Jets will go to change. No. They'll have to be like athletes and like hockey goons if you want to win. 100 average? No. No. It doesn't make any sense because I've said this already like 3 times. If they're like all hockey goons and athletes or football linebackers, they might. If you have like 20 fat men, 20 skinny men, 20 athletes, 20 nerds, and 20 just random men, the gorilla could pick off all the different types of men before they all could defeat him. But okay. So that's my thought. Like 20. Destroys the fat men, destroys the scrawny men, destroys the athletes. Probably leaves the athletes for last. But But 20 athletes is easier to beat than 100. And then the question is what type of athletes are they in the situation of 20 each type? Are they hockey goons or are they basketball players or footballers? What do you think? Hey, you didn't change your name. No. Shot wide. 1601. So that's just the way I see it. Shot blocked. Be a defensive zone face-off. Oh. Well, that's different. Throws it around. 1556. Oh. Shot wide. 1534. Throws it on. Plays on. Oh. Go. Nope, that'll go behind the net. Who's looking more likely to score at this moment? I'd say the Blues. I'd say the Blues survived those first 2 minutes. They have more chances now. I'd say Blues. They've played well throughout both overtimes. They just haven't got a goal, which means now I think they'll let one in 2 minutes to go or something. So probably. Good clearance. Blues have it. Karu throws it in. Shot. Wide. Buchnevich, Thomas. Nope. 14-15. Throws it in. Blues. Drops down in front of them. 14-02. I think the Blues have played well throughout both overtimes. They just have been unlucky to score. Unlucky to not score, I should say. They'd also be very unlucky to be scored on. Broberg throws it out. At the blue line, still with the Jets. Sandberg. Here we go. Jimmy loses the handle. Stick check. The Jets get it out. Bennington goes behind for Falk. 13-20. 13-16. Still have it. Puck battle at the wall. Blues. Throws it to the high slot. Throws it in. Shot behind the net. Throws it on. The Blues have not scored since 1925 of the second period. About to go 2 full periods without scoring. Shot thrown on and caught by Hellebuck. $12.44. Ooh. Face off. Won by the Blues. Falk High slot, shot saved by Hellebuck. 12:40 to go. When's someone going to score? Whenever they can. Basically, whenever it happens, it happens. 12:40 to go. 3-3. Face off 1. Blues. Trying to chase it. Buchnevich doesn't get there. 12:34. Bennington to clear. Throws it behind. Backhand. Falk. Gets kicked on a little bit. Throws on. To the half wall. Or to the wall. Throws it in. Dumped in. 12:07. They don't chase. $11.58. Throws it wide. Ooh. You must be colorblind then. A purple jersey does not look like a black and yellow jersey. You are colorblind, Sean. I hate to tell you, you are colorblind. I guess you must be red and blue colorblind. I hate to tell you. You're colorblind, Sean. Shot save. $11.03 to go. Takes a shot, block. Jimmy doesn't get there. Still with the Jets. Dear God. Shot blocked. Can somebody score already? Tips it through. Jets have it. Can somebody score already? At this point, I just want somebody to score. I preferred if it was the Blues, but Pionk drops it behind the net. Blues. Forechecking well. Good steal. They have to go behind. Falk. Dumps in. Throws it in. Can't chase it. DeMello. 10:02. Halfway through the second overtime. We are basically we've added a half of a game to this game with the 2 overtimes at this point. And if we go to a third overtime, we could possibly play 2 full games in one night. Of course, I don't think we'll go 20 minutes in the third overtime. But if it happens, there's a possibility, if we go to a third overtime, there's a possibility of 20 minutes, a full game, icing. 9:32. We might be watching this game for the rest of our lives. We might be watching this game for the rest of our lives. The way this is going, it might. It might, the way this is going. 9:32. The ice crew is messing with the ice. 932. Here we go. $44 shots for the Jets. 28 shots for the Blues. 9:32 to go. Face off. Defensive zone face-off. 14 Game 7s have gone to multiple overtimes. 11 ended in second overtime. The last time was the 2019 second round between the Blues and the Stars. The Stars being the team the Blues could play in the second round this year if they end up winning this game. The Jets would too, of course, if they won. But 2019, the Blues played the Jets in round 1 and won. So, could happen again. 9-18. Fourth longest Game 7 right now. Might become the longest if it goes to a third overtime. Saved by Binnington. Another face-off. 9:07. Caulfield. Honestly, I would agree. .907. Jordan Binnington, 41 saves on 44 shots faced. And the two of the three shots he didn't save put him in this position. Yeah, Binnington's trying to make up for those two, I bet. Blues, they can break. Will they? Let's see what they do. Drops it down. Falk has room to shoot. Save by Hellebuck. Drops behind the net. Blues still have it. Falk throws it on. Behind the net. Falk dumps it in. 8:25 to go in the second overtime. Icing. No, it is. Okay. Offensive zone face-off. This is crazy, man. This is agony. I don't disagree. Brandon Tanev's been on ice for 12 minutes throughout this Game 7. They've played. He's barely played. Would have expected him to play more. I won't lie. Especially with Scheifele out. Okay. Plays on. Good pickup. Blues could clear, and they will. Kyrou gains the zone. Dumps in. Throws it round. Falk did not pick that puck up. Down the center. Buchnevich, it bounces over his stick. Just barely. Could that have been the moment? Broberg loses the handle. Shen checking Pionk. Puck behind. Throws it on. Throws it behind. Parayko. Jimmy, come on. 6:46. Food is important this late to overtime. It's a war nutrition. Third longest game 7 ever. Now, 637. Number 200 might end up being the longest game 7 ever if anybody else doesn't have anything to say about it. Throws it on. Sandberg loses it. And not enough. 6:11 to go. Lowry. Lowry throws it on. Shot. Covered. Cleared. Well, not exactly, but it does go wide. 5:56. Started streaming 4 hours ago. Yeah. I did not expect this at all. Speaking of, I'm starting to get a bit hungry. I'm going to have to eat after I make the review. This is going to be... Ay, ay, ay. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and I didn't have any. Or lunch, for that matter. Or a brunch, for that matter. By the time this game ends, by the time I eat, it'll be a midnight snack. Hell, it might be breakfast. It might be tomorrow's breakfast by the time I eat. Holy shit. 5:19 by the time this is over. Throws on. They'll go behind the net. 5:05 to go in the second overtime. Well, it's only 10:05. That ain't bad. Can somebody score? That'd be nice. Goes behind the net. Blues pick it up. Shot. Throws on. Sunkiss doesn't get through. Throws it on to Hellebuck, and Hellebuck hits it with his stick. 4:21. 6. Well, for you it was 7 because Eastern time, but for me it was 6. Ay, ay, ay. Throws it to the high slot. Throws on. Shot. Wide. Kyle Connor picks it. Adam Lowry. Again, shot. Wide. Man, if you lose a game on a Michigan, I'm on scream. Goal! And the Jets win! The Jets win! They throw a shot on, and they win in 2 overtimes. 4-3, Winnipeg. Adam Lowry with the goal to send the Jets to round 2. The Blues fought valiantly. But again, it just wasn't meant to be. Winnipeg wins all 4 games in Winnipeg. And in 2 overtimes, Neil Pionk with the shot scores the winner. And the referees are talking, I'm guessing, to making sure. Unlucky boys. Jets, 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 Jets. I don't mean New York. I will never mean that, but I guess, whatever. Shot. And that is a bad bounce. With a throw, Pionk just throws it on. It bounces off and past Binnington, way off his line. They blew it. Dallas in 5. Well, we're going to find out it wasn't Pionk. No, it was Adam Lowry. It hit Adam Lowry off a Pionk shot. Okay. (16:08) through the overtime, and it's 3-4. The Blues lose. There it is. Winnipeg moves on to play Dallas. So we have a round 2 full. I think people could see the Blues shirt, be like, he's referencing the Winnipeg Jets, but okay, sure. The Patriots suck now. I don't give a shit. Peon kicked off the Blues player. Connor with an assist. I'm just going to go with what it says. Okay, with that being said, Blues are eliminated. The final 8. Leafs, Panthers, Caps, Hurricanes, Oilers, Knights, Jets, Stars. We will be back tomorrow. GG's. Yeah, I can't believe the Blues blew it, man. They just couldn't play a full game. Again, it's just moments. Man, you hate to see it, but the Jets deserved it. The Jets deserved it. They finally got to win a round that wasn't a bubble round. So, man, that sucks. With that being said, Jets win. With that being said, if you like this video, like it, share, subscribe. You know what it is. Tell your friends. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell notification once subscribed. Send some chats on live streams. Comment on this video. Put this in playlist. Share with friends and family. All that great stuff. I will see you within the hour for the review of this game. And after that, I'm going to go get something to eat. And then I'll see you tomorrow for the Leafs, Panthers at Leafs game. The first game of round 2. It's just the Leafs now. I guess that's good for me. I don't know. With that being said, I'll see you later. I'm Ryan and I'm out. Peace. See ya. GG's, Jets. Congratulations. Felicitaciones. I think that's French, but they don't even speak French. Well, some people may. I don't know. And commiserations, Blues. Dear God, this hurts. Damn, man. With that being said, I'm Ryan and I'm out. Peace. See ya.